Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPOB families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 Adimebujuku is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 Adimebujuku is another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, moving faster, get the freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. Okay now.
To person between my pen.
I see. Okay now.
To person between my pen.
I see.
I see what the wedding forget me.
Okay.
Papa, you look at me. And the Kiriana. Mama said, I want me to go. I got no one to tell them, but where would he get? I got
Buhari is dead and buried in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia.
Imano pekao tielisi mafia michakalo kutike. Uche tukabulu uche madu mane kubanike. Ifaina yolisa ugoma no potantike. But if you get and I get when you drop the location, you will need feno. Rule number 1. I don't tell you. You better focus on after business with the calculation.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, ayandaba, ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Ejemo, ejemo. Anamana. Ejemeje, ejemo. Anamana. Wana mejemo, ejemo. Anamu. Paratuba dodiri chukuma duku tuba dodiri ndimmawu egu mawego. Paratuba dodiri chukuma duku tuba dodiri ndimmawu egu mawego. Obodo jisike nubosi erona. Oyibo.
It is a free one. Be free.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wana ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Oboda say yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oboda say yeah, we mo. No basa ye ga panto mo. Iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Why feeling?
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wana ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia.
Ase kwa nefo jabani si akuna nyego bamkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota nwa akuna koga bu.
I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, no be cheap. It's once again, everybody be there. If anybody follow move, my brother. National airport, National stadium, president, my sister, brother. But you won't pay me some more money, make I bring her. Obede Mofu, Abede Master. When no you go play wayo, dem go say na you style. When countryman do Igbo, they know the shout. Killer, killer, die. Adamo Igbo bani TV. I say, I don't see them fire. That's why when they ever enter my miracle, I go show them fire. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the Mofu, Abede Master. The refinery, the contract that you want, but you won't pay me some more money than I bring up. Abede Master, na me be the master, oh.
And there it is right there. Rule number 1, you better focus after business than pleasure. That's the basic rule of life, you would say. So, a basic rule of life, you would say. So, a nice little intro there, a montage of sounds from our Eastern brothers. So a montage of sounds from our Eastern brothers. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. Or that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Hope you are having a gloriously wonderful day so far. Happy to be in your company. Good to have you here. Glad to have you here. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just as soon as I invite you to do so. Click on like. Not already subscribed, please subscribe. Join me on the screen via the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Share the links just as widely as you can and super chat towards the stream. So against convention, usually the introduction to the super chatting often are, as you all know, but this time around, Olatubosun or Shunleti says no. I'm taking that first position this time around. So that's Bosun right there. Closely followed by Layo State. So that's the American dollar and the Canadian dollar to follow it. So let's see what other currencies we can rattle through in the course of this session. So super chat was to stream and all that. Good as you go to be in your company. I've said all that actually. Let's just get started. So we're still very much in the throes of the American threat against the Nigerian state. There can be no other thing to discuss other than the American threat against the Nigerian state. But what is the genesis of all of this thing? What's the progenation, to use an even more unnecessarily wordy word? So what's the genesis of this storyline? So the storyline actually began from here. This is what kick-started and then propelled us to where we are now as we wait in anticipation of the troops landing on the shores of Nigeria. They are probably coming in via Ghana, where America already has a base. But the story actually started from here. So let's pick it up from the beginning.
I am Wilfred Anagbe, would appear here as the bishop.
So from his name already, anyway, let me not even, we all know who is in play now. Actually, it's the obedient space, and of course, he's one of them as well. But that's not the central theme. I don't want to do that, a lot of that today. But just note his name, then to know then what the backdrop is.
I am Wilfred Anagbe, would appear here as the bishop, the Catholic Bishop of Makurdi Diocese, the capital of Benue State in Nigeria. I am the shepherd of one of the four dioceses, Catholic dioceses in Benue. We have others, Anglican, Methodist, and Pentecostals, which sort of the Benue State has a population of about 6.1 million people, 2 million of whom are those under my care as the bishop of the diocese. Benue State is about 98% Christian, with very few Muslims living in towns. Nigeria and eventually my diocese and the state of Benue have become, in recent years, one of the most dangerous and insecure places for Christians. Christians and Muslims are nearly evenly divided among Nigeria's large population of over 200 million persons. Islamist extremists are fiercely contesting the possession, control, and governing law of the land, especially in the country's northern and central regions, the latter of which is where Benue is located.
So far, you can't really fault anything that is saying. No, sorry. I didn't even. I wasn't even headed fully in that direction yet. For Michael. So far you can't really fault anything that he's saying. It's essentially stating factual backdrops to what led to where we are now. So you can't really fault the language, but it's either in the United States. I'm not quite sure where this is emanating from. If anybody, we have a Tony Perkins there. So who actually is it? That should give us a clue as to. I think it's reporting to the United States Senate committee of some sort. Tony Perkins. So who are you, Tony Perkins? Oh, hold on. Let's just find out. Let's find out who that person is, because we need to be sure just where that is coming out of. Tony Perkins. Anthony Perkins. What is he and who is he? Oh, all right. I don't want to take too long on this. It's such a common name. There's so many Tony Perkins, but let's carry on. Let's carry on. Actually, let's start it from the beginning again. You can't fault what he said so far, because those are just factual, actual descriptions of the situation and what and how how it's cascaded to where it is now. So let's start it from the beginning again.
I am Wilfred Anagbe here as the bishop, the Catholic Bishop of Makurdi Diocese, the capital of Benue State in Nigeria. I am the shepherd of one of the four dioceses, Catholic dioceses in Benue. We have others, Anglican, Methodist, and Pentecostals, which sort of the Benue State has a population of about 6.1 million people, 2 million of whom are those under my care as the bishop of the diocese. Benue State is about 98% Christian, with very few Muslims living in towns. Nigeria and eventually my diocese and the state of Benue have become, in recent years, one of the most dangerous and insecure places for Christians. Christians and Muslims are nearly evenly divided among Nigeria's large population of over 200 million persons. Islamist extremists are fiercely contesting the possession, control, and governing law of the land, especially in the country's northern and central regions, the latter of which is where Benue is located. There are constant ethnic, political, and religious conflicts over land and allegiance. Constitutionally, we are a secularist country, but our unity has been fragile. Political and religious actions and even public speech have been carefully managed to avoid accusations of religious bias and political tensions. Today, the clear
and we maintained that status for a very long time. What's actually led us to where we are now is the Buhari situation. So when Buhari wanted to contest that, was it 2015 elections against Goodluck Jonathan, he was ready to destroy that country. He had convinced himself, he was sure in his mind that Goodluck Jonathan was not going to hand over governance, and he had armed quite extensively is our fellow Janjaweeds in the Sahels, because of course he has a heavy contact within the Nigerian military. So they had armed quite aggressively his fellow Janjaweeds in the Sahels. So when Goodluck Jonathan now handed him that position, he was caught off guard, because these people were now fully armed with the instructions to wade to to wade through the Nigerian state and savage and pillage as much as they like and seize all that they can seize. So that was the plan. You know, they were just waiting for Goodluck Jonathan to be announced, and they would just have wiped out the whole country. So he had heavily armed these people, but now he became president, and there was no going back. So he just coseted himself in a cocoon, and his immediacy, you know, his anger on. So they coseted themselves in a cocoon and just let these Jamja winds run wild, and they've been savaging and ravaging ever since.
Influence of Islamist extremists has changed the traditional social dynamics of tribe, ethnicity, religion, and the social status in Nigeria. Because just recently, at the beginning of the Ramadan fast, 12 states in northern Nigeria have declared closed schools so that they attend to this. And you can imagine which other country in the world does that. Saudi Arabia is not doing it. Afghanistan is.
You know, in the afternoon session, Baba was tracing the fault and blame of what is going on now to the Obasanjo administration. This was when these guys introduced Sharia law into the north, and because Obasanjo couldn't or he wasn't willing to handle the smoke, he just let them get away with it. So once they saw they could get away with that, there was no stopping them anymore. Imagine you are closing down schools for relief, for Islamic something, for even the Saudis don't do that. The people that actually gave you the religion, they don't do that. The Iranians who gave you the Shia movement, they don't do that. So under what edict within their religious, what, you know, so they've just these are wild animals, a lot of these people, but you know, this is where we are now.
There are constant ethnic, political, and religious conflicts over land and allegiance. Constitutionally, we are a secularist country, but our unity has been fragile. Political and religious actions and even public speech have been carefully managed to avoid accusations of religious bias and political tensions. Today, the clear influence of Islamist extremists has changed the traditional social dynamics of tribe, ethnicity, religion, and the social status in Nigeria. Because just recently, at the beginning of the Ramadan fast, 12 states in northern Nigeria have declared closed schools so that they attend to this. And you can imagine which other country in the world does that. Saudi Arabia is not doing it. Afghanistan is not doing it. Baghdad is not doing it, but then Nigeria is practicing. What kind of Islam are they practicing? 12 states. And not only Muslims are living in these places. What happens with the educational program or curriculum of the country? But this is what we are going through every day in Nigeria.
And you continue to wonder why these people are so backward. You close schools down for Ramadan. Why would you close schools down for Ramadan? Why were schools not? Why don't they close schools down in Saudi Arabia for Ramadan? Do they not observe it there as well? Why don't they do that in Iran? Why don't they do that in Kuwait, in Saudi Arabia, in Dubai? You know, why don't they do that? Where the religion come from, they don't do that. So what particular inflection, as the man rightly said, what particular inflection of Islam is nothing to do with religion. It's about power and control and dominance. And they have to, for them to succeed in what they're doing, they have to keep their people, one, ignorant, and two, docile. And it is within that ignorance and docility that they are able to then use them as weapons. If you had an enlightened mass in the north, that country will, all of these things will dissipate immediately. If you had just a 30 to 35% enlightenment in the north, we'll be talking about Nigeria going to the moon. We won't be talking about Jamja wheat savaging you in your sleep.
A long-term Islamic agenda to homogenize the population has been implemented over several presidencies through a strategy to reduce and eventually eliminate the Christian identity of half of the population. This strategy includes both violent and non-violent actions, such as the exclusion of Christians from positions of power and adoption of such church members the raping of women, the killing and exploitation of Christians, the destruction of churches and farmlands of Christian farmers, followed by the occupation of such lands by the Fulani herders, and also changing the names of these villages. They're taking over the places, so you clearly see an expansionist approach and Islamic, and then they are making the people now flee and leave their villages, and they conquer it. The quest to Islamized the land appears high on the agenda of some of the powerful and influential Muslims in Nigeria. There is a campaign to take land to spread Islam, and there is the hemorrhaging of Christian farmers from the central region of Nigeria and Benue State, Makurdi Diocese in particular.
You know, it is what they call a perfect storm, isn't it? So you had the fundamentalist in charge of the country for 8 years, which is of course Buhari. I don't think that's a controversial thing to say. Everybody knows that it's an ethno-religious fundamentalist, Buhari. So you had this guy in charge of pretty much the largest economy in one of the largest economies in the world. Actually, not just even in Africa. You had him in charge of the country for 8 solid years. So that within those 8 years, they've ravaged all the way through the middle belt anyway, and they've made incursions into the southwest. They've not yet been able to penetrate the southeast because they know that the southeasterners are a different breed. They don't have any tolerance for all that, you know. So they've been able to penetrate quite heavily, and they've been able to embed so many camps within the geostructures of especially the middle belt, and also to a great extent the southwest as well. So they've completely embedded within the structures, and they only need the go ahead just to devastate that whole region. And you had this guy in charge of that country for 8 solid years. It's a near impossible task to reverse this. We may well even need the Americans the way it's looking.
Particular as they are forced to abandon fertile lands that used to feed the nation, which classify Benue as the food basket of the nation. Militant Fulani herdsmen are terrorists destroying society. They steal and vandalize, they kill and boast about it. They kidnap and rape, and they enjoy total impunity from the elected authorities. None of them have been arrested and brought to justice. This is supported by the corrupt system in which we operate and the abject poverty among us, which allow the criminal to easily attract more recruits and prey on more victims.
But why would they not be able to attract more recruits? We've all seen clips of this the Fulani bandits. We've seen them. They're all over TikTok, flashing bales of money, wearing newly just crisp lined, you know, danshiki and whatnot, with the best girls in their city, and with their AK-47 in tow. So they live this lifestyle, and there's no repercussions. So why would other young Fulanis not want to emulate that lifestyle when there is no consequence to it, and the country cannot consequence them for reasons that we have to now just put our hands up to admit what has always been in the case. The country Nigeria lives in mortal fear of the Fulanis. We've always been in fear of these people, and they know we're in fear of them.
Why is this happening? Is it really a religious war? Like in the past, many jihadists are motivated less by religion than by spoils of war, and use their religion to impose themselves. In my diocese, the spoils consist mainly of fertile, well-tended land organized around my parishes or so. The jihadists come and adopt and kill the priests, leaving thousands without support and basic human services. And of course, when they disperse the people, the inhabitants, or the citizens, or the people of the lands, they take over. And any attempt to go back and take care of your farms, surely you get killed. The Makurdi Diocese in Benue State has been the epicenter of the invasion by these herders, who are more like hired guns of cattle oligarchies, who manipulate religion to rally the herders to eliminate the Christian population and cleanse the land in the name of Islam. This objective is behind the relentless attacks against Benue's villages. When we call for help to the police and the army, they do not come. At the end of 2024, several villages were We are warned by the attackers of the upcoming violence, and the leaders called the police for defense ahead of time, but they did not come, and the Christian massacres, almost customary, took place.
But why would the police come though? Imagine that the Fulani bandits, they outnumber. It's like taking a bow and arrow to go and fight a Tucano jet or an American bomber jet, fighting it with a bow and arrow. What equipment do the Nigerian police have to resist these people? These people are armed to the teeth. They are sponsored by great wealth, and their their orientation, they've been indoctrinated, they've been brainwashed with a religious fervor, and then they give them charms, they give them drugs, and then they give them the promise of a greater life, either in this life or the year or the life after. So what policeman that is just a careerist will want to go and face this sort of a people? Of course the police would not come. When they come, what will they use to resist the bandits?
Place, killing hundreds in Plateau and Benue, with the worst massacre claiming 47 people. The militant also burned down the 8 Catholic churches of St. Mary's Parish in the Diocese of Boko, which in Benue State, as well as the parish house, clinics, schools, and other houses. The militant Fulani herdsmen bear on defenseless villagers without consequences. They follow orders to conquer, kill, and occupy. They attack even those who have managed to escape into our IDP camps. Thereby, they have no place to run to. And it is unfortunate that the police system in Nigeria, orders have to come from above. And such the ones there's a call, and they say they have never responded. And by the time they arrive, these people have left, and the people are now living in the pool of their blood. What I have recounted above is happening not only in Benue State. I believe our experience in Benue is symptomatic of what is happening elsewhere in large parts of Nigeria. The experience of the Nigerian Christians today can be summed up as that of a church under Islamist extermination. It is frightening to live there. Apart from the violent campaigns and attacks against Christian villages, there are now attempts by the Islamic Council of Nigeria and various Islamic groups to impose Sharia law on the Christian populations. Already, 12 states in the north of Nigeria are under this sectarian religious law, and attempts to extend the same to the south.
You know, it's a question of when, not if, that Sharia will start to be the norm in the southwest. We know that Osun State, because Anagbe Shola is an Islamic fundamentalist anyway, so we know that Osun State, and it's a very, very heavily Muslim sort of a space, Osun State. So we know that Osun State will go in that direction fairly quickly. We're already seeing cells of Shariaism already being embedded within Oyo State, Ibadan being their first protocol. So it's not going to be that long. It will be within the decade before. It will be the Sharia law will become a norm within the southwest within a decade
Of Nigeria, which they have started. This month, governors in the north decided appropriately to close all schools and education institutions during the months of Ramadan, leaving millions of students without learning opportunity for 5 weeks. We live in fear because at any point it can be our turn to be killed, but to remain silent is to die twice. So I have chosen to speak. I speak on behalf of the millions who are in the camps. In Benue State, in Makurdi Diocese alone, in my diocese, I have about 9 camps. 9. On the 5th of March, which was Ash Wednesday, we visited one of the camps, and many of my priests and religious went to the other camps, distributed them to begin the Ash Wednesday with our faithful who are there, because we are the voice of the voiceless. We have to talk for the defenseless. We have to talk about the weak and those who cannot talk about themselves. In one of the camps called the Mega Camp, there were over 3,000 inmates of that camp, and which was a record given to us by government.
I wonder why he made that amendment in speech. It was good to say there were over 3,000 inhabitants, but then he very in midstream, in mid-sentence, changed it to inmates. I think he's doing that for impact. So the bishop, somewhat of a politician.
I speak on behalf of them. I am Wilfred Anagbe, Nigeria. The militant also burned down the 8 Catholic churches of St. Mary's Parish in the Diocese of Boko, which in Benue State, as well as the parish house, clinics, schools, and other houses. The militant Fulani herdsmen bear on defenseless villagers without consequences. They follow orders to conquer, kill, and occupy. They attack even those who have managed to escape into our IDP camps. Thereby, they have no place to run to. And it is unfortunate that the police system in Nigeria, orders have to come from above. And such that once there's a call, and they say they have never responded. And by the time they arrive, these people have left and the people are now living in the pool of their blood. What I have recounted above is happening not only in Benue State. I believe our experience in Benue is symptomatic of what is happening elsewhere in large parts of Nigeria. The experience of the Nigerian Christians today can be summed up as that of a church under Islamist extermination. It is frightening to live there. Apart from the violent campaigns and attacks against Christian villages, there are now attempts by the Islamic Council of Nigeria and various Islamic groups to impose Sharia law on the Christian populations. Already, 12 states in the north of Nigeria are under this sectarian religious law, and attempts to extend the same to the south of Nigeria, which they have started. This month, governors in the north decided appropriately to close all schools and education institutions during the months of Ramadan, leaving millions of students without learning opportunity for 5 weeks. We live in fear because at any point it can be our turn to be killed, but to remain silent is to die twice. So I have chosen to speak. I speak on behalf of the millions who are in the camps. In Benue State, in Makurdi Diocese alone, in my diocese, I have about 9 camps. 9. On the 5th of March, which was Ash Wednesday, we visited one of the camps, and many of my priests and religious went to the other camps, distributed them to begin the Ash Wednesday with our faithful who are there, because we are the voice of the voiceless. We have to talk for the defenseless. We have to talk about the weak and those who cannot talk about themselves. In one of the camps called the Mega Camp, there were over 3,000 inmates of that camp, and which was a record given to us by government. I speak on behalf of them and those children who have no husband, who have no father, and even their own voices taken away by the politicians who promised to help them, but have become the willing tools of the jihadists because they are talking politically correct statements, looking for next elections to come. I speak on behalf of those whose loved ones have been killed, but no one has even offered a word of consolation to them. I speak on behalf of the thousands of young girls who have been adopted and raped because no one, not even the media, mentions them anymore. Foremost, I speak on behalf of my flock who are unable to worship freely and unable to return to their ancestral farms and homes because that land has been ruthlessly taken from them by the armed herdsmen. And where they say they want to live in peace with the natives, if you must farm, you have to pay tax to hire the land which belongs to you. That is slavery, to say the least about it. As prosperous Nigeria is in African continent, and I tell you, if there's outbreak of war in Nigeria, no country around us, Chad, Niger, Ghana, Guinea, Togo, no country can contain the population that will flee to these places. No country can be able to house over 5 million refugees. It's not possible because of that. And if 1 million refugees run to Chad and Niger, they'll collapse that country because there'll be no plan to take care of them. So we have to be very careful. Today, I urge you all to use every means within your mandate to start developing a strong and good relationship with Nigeria, where you know that when you speak of human dignity, you are also speaking of the same God-given right you believe is unalienable. Consider that Nigeria can be your ally, but it cannot be one where half the population is in the process of being murderously eliminated. Work with us, the churches, and other Nigerians of goodwill. We are working for a peaceful and prosperous society, and our desperate plight has been set aside U.S. policy for too long, to the cost of thousands of lives. concretely, I request and I plead, I ask you to redesignate Nigeria as a country of particular concern. This has both a practical and diplomatic meaning to signal that you are paying attention to what happens to us and elsewhere in the world. Because the policies the government is trying to put in place so that to return the IDPs, build camps for them, relocate them from their homes, it is not durable and it will not work, because the government has already the population that is not able to take care of. And then you have over millions of people in the camps, and you want to relocate them to where? And if you do, let's take that you do. How many houses or rooms will you give me who has 5 children, another one has 3, another one has 2? And what will I be doing for a living? These people previously never begged anybody for food. They were managing their lives, training their children, and building their homes. So nobody should have deceived us on the guys that you're going to resettle the IDPs. They have no jobs. So here you say them, what will be their place? And by the way, the fundamental question remains, if you resettle them to other camps or build places for them, what happens with the ancestral lands? Who takes care of them? And this is whereby I feel the government is complicit on this issue, because these terrorists, Fulanis, displace them, kill people, and then occupy the place, and then change names, nomenclatures of these towns. For what reason? So we want to let the people go back to their homes and help for them to rebuild their lives. I implore this august body to insist on the return and rehabilitation of all the IDPs to their ancestral lands, and not to relocate them to other constructed camps elsewhere, which is an invented solution now being pushed in the Benue State government. And I tell you, Nigeria government can do that once they have to be accountable. Because I know Nigeria, under the auspices of ECOMOG, was able to reinstate constitutional government in Sierra Leone and Liberia, and they can do that now. We have the capacity, but because the leaders that are not prepared. And I think that's whereby I look, it's not just conspiracy of silence, it is aiding, abetting, and supporting these terrorists to keep doing their work. This is my plea. Thank you very much for this attention.
All right, so there it is right there. So there, that was the invitation right there that I implore you to redesignate Nigeria as a country of particular concern. So there is not a single word that man said that I can bring myself to disagree with. In fact, I endorse in totality everything that man has to say. So well done to is it a bishop? What is his designation? Yes, well done to Bishop Wilfred Anagbe. So well done. He is a Nigerian hero. I cannot think of a more heroic person than that guy. So he made that impassioned speech, and that speech was picked up by the hierarchy, the upper echelons of the American society, and here is how they decided to expand it within their space.
In the first Trump term, President Trump designated Nigeria as a country of particular concern. That was the right thing to do. Unfortunately, Joe Biden came into office and immediately unwound that, removed them from the list, removed pressures, removed sanctions, and basically turned a blind eye while radical Islamic terrorists slaughtered Christians. When President Trump was reelected this second time, I've been leading the effort, urging the president to designate Nigeria as a country of particular concern. Last Friday, the president did so. I'm very grateful that President Trump did so. It's the right thing to do. I've also introduced legislation that would impose targeted sanctions on the particular government officials who are responsible for looking the other way, responsible for facilitating or condoning this mass slaughter. And specifically, 12 state governments within Nigeria enforce Sharia law and enforce blasphemy laws. And the federal government also criminalizes blasphemy nationwide. These laws are used to persecute Christians, and these government officials are complicit in the mass murder. So I'm urging the White House and the administration to use our sanctioning tools to target and to incentivize these government officials to stop the mass murder that is occurring in Nigeria.
So anybody that comes across El Rufai in the course of their daily journeys, please report his location to Pennsylvania Avenue, Washington D.C. I think they want to have a word with him. So there it is right there. So that was the introduction then of Nigeria as a country of particular concern
I
to the
am Wilfred.
yes, to the United States. So of course, coming from this gentleman, Bishop Wilfred Anagbe. So there it is right there. So that's where it all kicked off. So let's go on from there. So still plenty of conversations to have around that, but let's whistle through what we do have also on the menu. And by the way, we're happy to see the super chat still coming in. So if you want to super chat your comments, feel free to do that. So let's see, whistle through what we still have on the menu. Federal government federal government consider selling refineries to boost competition. So yes, they should sell them because clearly they cannot manage them. The federal government has indicated that it may sell off Nigeria's state-owned refineries as part of ongoing economic reforms aimed at attracting investment, boosting competition, and improving efficiency in the downstream oil sector. Nigeria's four refineries located in Port Harcourt, Warri, and Kaduna. So, how many is located in Port Harcourt, Warri, or Kaduna? Then, anyway, Nigeria's four refineries located in Port Harcourt, Warri, and Kaduna have a combined installed capacity of 445,000 barrels per day, but have remained largely inactive for decades, despite multiple costly turnaround maintenance projects that have drained billions of dollars from public funds. Special advisor to President Bola Tinubu on energy, Oluvahijen, disclosed the plan during an interview with Bloomberg TV anchor, whatever the name is, on the sidelines of the Abu Dhabi International Petroleum Exhibition and Conference. It is one of the options that you have to consider if you find the right technical partner with the right capital, Verheyen said, referring to a potential sale or partnership deal for the refineries, which are owned by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL. She's a female. I thought Verheyen was a male. She explained that the plans have long been sustained by government subsidies, but the removal of those subsidies have now created an opportunity for a market-driven reform. Now that we have removed the subsidies, we have removed the distortion in that market, Verheyen said, noting that Tinubu's administration is focused on restoring efficiency and transparency to ensure that the petroleum sector operates on fully commercial terms. The federal government renewed attention to the refinery comes amidst growing concerns over inactivity. The Port Harcourt refinery, for instance, was shut down on May the 24th, 2025 for a scheduled 30-day maintenance, but have remained idle for more than 80 days with no major progress report under the current NNPCL leadership. Last week, NNPCL Chief Executive Officer Bayo Ojulari said the company was seeking technical equity partners capable of managing and operating the Port Harcourt, Warri, and Kaduna refineries to meet international standards. We're looking ahead with optimism to ensure our refineries operate effectively, Ojulari said on Twitter. So, Verheyen also revealed that the government still views a future initial public offer IPO for NNPCL as a long-term goal. What's really important to shareholders is that we have an NNPC that is a lot more transparent, a lot more efficient, and delivers. She added, what is really important to us is that Mele Kyari should be in prison somewhere. From that to a Showore storyline, Showore does not have NYSC certificate. He remains wanted. This is the Lagos Police CP. So what has Showore having an NPC certificate or not got to do with the police is the question. The Lagos State Commissioner of Police, Olu something Jimo, has claimed that human rights activist Omoyele Showore does not possess a National Youth Certificate a National Youth Service Corps NYSC certificate, alleging that he evaded the mandatory national service. Jimo made the claim on Wednesday during an appearance on Channels Television Sunrise Daily, whilst responding to Showore's criticism of his competence and the police declaration of him as wanted. During his interview, he said the Commissioner of Police is not competent. I am very competent. I have been here for more than 9 months. I want to make it abundantly clear that Showore does not have NYSC certificate because of punitive reasons. According to the police chief, Showore was assigned to Adamawa State for his NYSC, but allegedly refused to participate. He was posted to Adamawa and he was evasive. He never did the service. Not doing NYSC is not a crime, I don't think. It just means that you cannot work within the Nigerian space. He argued that the activist was unqualified to criticize law enforcement or mobilize public protest. Such kind of a person that is not even qualified to bear the NYSC certificate of our great country, Nigeria, will now be calling out miscreants to come and disturb the peace in Lagos. We will not allow it. So my pronouncement is that he's declared wanted. So there it is. He wants to arrest him for not having an NYSC certificate. I'm not quite sure how that stands in law. The police had earlier declared Showore wanted over allegations that he was planning to instigate public disorder in Lagos. Showore, however, dismissed the accusations, stating that the police chief had refused to take his calls despite several attempts to reach him. He described the declaration as an attempt to silence him and divert attention from the controversy surrounding the demolition of properties in Oworonshoki. So there it is. Don't bring your nonsense to Lagos is what that guy is saying. Otherwise, you will spend the rest of your life in prison. Someone whose father was called a thief, Sheyi Law, fires Atiko's son for calling Tinubu a drug baron. So there it is right there. Olegbe. I wonder on what moral authority Atiku can call anybody names. Tinubu to visit US on Tuesday. Full details emerge. I think events would have since superseded that. Yes, yes. Did he go? Though is the question. Let's go on to this. Nigeria willing to work with US to eliminate terrorism. So this is the language of diplomacy now coming into play. The federal government says it remains open and willing to work closely with the government of the United States and others to eliminate terrorism in Nigeria. The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, said this at a news conference on Wednesday in Abuja. He explained that cooperations between America and the United States has already resulted in the delivery of a dozen Super Tucano aircraft, which have had tremendous impact on anti-insurgency fights. Mr. Idris added that another dozen AHIZ Viper attack helicopters were in the process of being acquired by the Nigerian Air Force. We call on our American friends and partners to approach the Nigerian situation with an understanding of its complex realities. Nigeria is a vast, multi-ethnic and multi-religious nation, making significant strides in economic reforms and in bolstering its security architecture. The minister noted that constructive engagement is the surest and most effective way to achieve peace and stability. So a lot of people actually anticipate that when Tinubu comes out of this, he will come back in the strongest position that there has ever been. Let me actually play you this clip. This is the diplomacy now coming into play in this narrative between Nigeria and America.
Well, first of all, it was a great pleasure and an honor to meet with President Tinubu. As usual, this is not the first time. We have our two countries have a great relationship. The United States and Nigeria is our major partner. We talked about a number of things. Most importantly, counterterrorism. We've been working very closely with the Nigerian government and President Tinubu's administration on countering terrorism and fighting terrorism. What's happening today in the Sahel region and in the Lake Chad basin is of extreme concern to all of us, not just people in the sub-region, but to the entire world, to Europe and the United States and the entire world. It's a very serious concern, and we're working towards combating it, and we will be cooperating and continue to cooperate towards combating this serious problem in the region. We also talked about the maritime security in the Gulf of Guinea, which is also a very important aspect of our cooperation, not just with Nigeria, but other countries within the Gulf of Guinea. So hopefully this is something we can continue to work on.
You talked about cooperation on the security countering the terrorism. In what form is that coming?
There's a lot of work that we've already doing together. There's information sharing, there's technology, there's training. There are quite a few programs that we've worked on and we will continue to work on. But hopefully we can increase. We can increase that. We know that also Nigeria had recently purchased some equipment from the United States, and we hopefully will work towards improving on that.
There's a narrative coming from the U.S. at the moment.
I'm not sure where that sound came from. That's probably embedded in that, but I think you get the thrust of that. So let's go on from that to the next one. Justin, court gives Nnamdi Kanu last chance to enter defense or forfeit same. So they should just sentence this guy. I've always said, just have this guy short and let us see the end of this. They're sufficient enough. Just shoot the guy and let's see the end of this. Our court gives Nnamdi Kanu last chance to enter defense or forfeit same. A federal high court in Abuja has granted the last opportunity to the detained self-acclaimed leader of the proscribed separatist group Indigenous People of Biafra IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, to enter a defense in his ongoing terrorism trial or be foreclosed. Justice James Omotosho said on Wednesday that it was his duty as a judge in the case to accord the defendant sufficient opportunity to put in his defense. We have adjourned till today for the defendant to put his defense or be deemed closed, but I am bound to give him another opportunity to put his defense. If he did not, I will deem him closed. I know that he is an economist and not a lawyer. I will give the last opportunity to the defendant to put his defense, failure which he would be deemed closed, the judge said, and adjourned the case till November the 7th. So we're expecting a sentencing on November the 7th, and the Nigerians will not accept anything short of a capital punishment. The judge spoke whilst ruling on an application by the prosecuting lawyer Adegboyega Awomolo that the court should foreclose Kanu, who failed to enter his defense, having spent 5 out of the 6 days the court allocated him to conduct his defense. Awomolo had noted that the court had on Tuesday adjourned till Wednesday for Kanu to enter a defense in his trial or be deemed to have waived his right to do so. He further noted that at the resumption of proceedings on Wednesday, Kanu still declined to open his defense as ordered by the court. Just sentence him, man. I just think they should have this guy shot. That's just my own sentiment in all of that. Federal government of Nigeria consider selling refinery to boost competition. So we've already gone through that. So that's all I have. I'll send the link. If anybody wants to come in, come in. If you don't, then don't. Then We just have an early night, and then we'll do it again tomorrow. Let me send the links if anybody wants to come in. So that's the link right there. If anybody wants to come in, come in. Let's go through the clips that we do have. So now we've all seen this, all these trending little clips. Do you know what I bought versus what I got? You know, so you see some slinky little. Is usually the women that do this. They see some slinky little dress in some glossy little catalog, and immediately they whip out their card and they order it. But then when that thing gets delivered, it has no bearing with what they saw in the catalog. So what I bought versus what I got, in contrast to what I got. So with that mindset, take that mindset into politics. So this is what I bought versus what I got in politics coming out of South Africa. Watch this.
When I meet him, I will tell him. I will say, you, Donald Trump, you are even worse because your forebears came to America. But Donald Trump must leave us alone. He must leave us alone, Bauri.
Just put this on, it's right behind you.
This parliament can go. Without you, people are going to occupy land. We require no permission from you, from the president, from no one.
Have they told you where that is, Mr. President? No. I'd like to know where that is, because this I've never seen.
So there it is right there. What I saw, what I bought versus what I got. So going back to the American threats against Nigeria, here are the instigators of that threat in celebration.
CPC, yes. Make it happen. The best president in the whole wide world.
Yes.
God bless you, Trump.
God bless you, Trump.
Good. More to come, more to come.
Yes. 2, 3. Thank you, President
Trump. Yeah.
On the American threat against Nigeria, here is a perspective that is trying to explain to us that it's all about Nigeria's mineral resources. Watch this.
So Trump is threatening Nigeria with military action. This is the so-called America First anti-war government, right? But instead now we are threatening Nigeria with military action. I don't want anybody to think that, oh no, Trump is just now going to go and save Christians. We must save the Christians. This is not about the Christians. Donald Trump, he says, if the Nigerian government continues to allow the killing of Christians, the USA will immediately stop aid and assistance to Nigeria and may very well go into that now disgraced country, guns a-blazing, to completely wipe out the Islamic terrorists who are committing these horrible atrocities. This has been going on, however, since 2009, maybe even earlier. And Boko Haram, they're not going after Christians. They're going after everybody. They have been killing Muslims, Christians, you name it. They kill everybody. They kill anybody who's not them. So let's talk about how this has to do with China. China has been investing a ton of money into Nigeria and their Belt and Road Initiative. In 2025 alone, this year alone, China has dumped a fortune into Nigeria. In late October of 2025, Nigeria and China signed a major $3.5 billion investment partnership. This agreement focuses on boosting Nigeria's infrastructure, energy, and manufacturing sectors, including the construction of new solar power plants, modernization of rail lines, connecting major cities, and expansion of industrial parks. They're doing a bunch of infrastructure and dumping a bunch of money into Nigeria. At the end of October of 2025, China reiterated its commitment to deeper cooperation with Nigeria as part of its new 15th five-year plan. This includes aligning Chinese economic strategy with Nigeria's development priorities, particularly in areas like infrastructure, agriculture, digital technology, and green development. They've dumped a total of $21 billion in construction deals in Nigeria in the first half, actually, of 2025. $21 billion in construction deals. And suddenly Suddenly now, the Trump administration is saying we care about Christians who've been slaughtered, by the way, for over 15 years. Suddenly we care about the Christians. We're going to go in there and we're going to blow stuff up.
So there it is right there. That rather sums it up. But this matter seems to be agitating the American space a lot. Here is another perspective coming out of America.
Nigeria is under attack right now. The United States is literally threatening to invade the country. Question is why? The excuse they're using is there is a genocide of Christians in Nigeria by Muslim extremists. So you know it's absolutely not that. It's always the exact opposite of that, meaning it's probably mostly Muslims who are being genocided by CIA and Mossad, especially funded terrorist groups. These people are not Muslims. They're about as Muslim as ISIS. The Israeli intelligence service is Muslim. Don't believe the lies. It's a massive psyop. Why? Because America wants a base in Port Harcourt in Nigeria. Because Dangote, Nigeria's richest man, has just set up an oil refinery. Nigeria's first in a long time that will actually refine Nigeria's oil for them. With the way it's been happening for the past few decades is that Nigeria will pull the oil out of the ground, send it over to America, they'll refine it and sell it back to the Nigerians at 3 times the price. That's basically economic and industrial humiliation and slavery. Now they're breaking away from that. And America's like, well, can't let them do that. Got to go in there, get our base in there, take over the whole country. And that's where all this is coming from. And the vast majority of these voices online screaming that there's a genocide of Christians, these are all paid shills and bots. This is the course. They want us to look at this instead of seeing the genocide happening in Gaza. And by the way, it's by the same people bombing Gaza, the same people funding Sudan's genocide, are the same people that want to invade Nigeria, and they ain't Christians and they ain't Muslims. Everyone knows the truth. Everyone with a brain. Anyone that is going against it is either a complete and total donkey or a paid operative, and they're not even paying that much. It's sad and pathetic. This is Nigeria's time to emerge as a superpower. We need to knock back this whole psyop in their face, show them, no, we're not going to fall for this. Stay out of our country. And guess what? They're going to give up. The United States is a fading superpower. They can't even control their own backyard. They're trying to invade Venezuela. They'll fail at that too. Kick them out of Africa. Show them they have no power in Nigeria, and guess what's going to happen? Nigeria will emerge as the superpower in the next few years, I promise you. Because if they know they have no power there, they're just going to give up. And guess what? What's happening in Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, that's scaring them too. They know that wave will spread unless they get their hooks into Africa's most populous nation, which is Nigeria, and Africa's biggest economy, which is also Nigeria, and the country in the world with the most potential in the world, which is also Nigeria. Yeah. I love the Nigerian people. I have particular love for you guys. I'm Egyptian. I grew up in America. And America and Egypt and Nigeria are actually all quite very similar. The dark forces out there, those Jewish bankers, have really decimated all 3 countries to make sure that the people are ignorant, don't know what's going on, and falling for psyop after psyop after psyop. But yet, America's lost. And Egypt is too close to Israel for us to really do anything, but Nigeria has a chance, and we have to take that chance. Speak out the truth strongly, especially if you're a young person. Just call it to their face. There is no Christian genocide in Nigeria. It's another psyop, like Bring Back Our Girls and 9/11 and all this rubbish. Are people being killed? Yeah, there are people being killed, but by whom? And who's funding them? They ain't Muslims, folks. Speak out the truth. Stand united. It's Christians and Muslims united against this evil. And Africa will emerge as a supercontinent in the next 10 years. I promise you. We are so close, and we are being tested now. Let's pass the test. I love you.
So a lot from what that guy said. Nigeria will emerge as a super. I saw some commentator in the comment section mocking the idea that Nigeria will become a superpower. Nigeria is already a superpower. It's going to affirm it on strong footing. Is what is going to happen over the next coming decade. Even all the financial houses tell us that Nigeria, within the next 10 to 15 years is going to be a top 5 economy in one of the top 5 economies in the world. And all of the building blocks of that are taking place before our very eyes. The biggest refinery in the whole world is in Nigeria. The infrastructural development, the biggest, the most impactful infrastructural project in the whole of Africa, and one of the biggest infrastructural developments outside of the Western space. If there's not an infrastructural development taking place anywhere in Europe as impactful as the Lagos Calabar Superhighway, that opens up. So Nigeria is already on the precipice of that leap into the front line of our world countries. And that is, but they need to set it back. So how they are going to set it back now, because there was this clip circulating that Africa has to be kept in a perpetual state of flux in order for the rest of the world to function. You know, and that is what we're seeing playing out now. So a lot of that. But what do I know? Let me play you a little snippet of the music that I'm listening to at the moment. Yes, I'm really enjoying that. I don't even know the name of the guy, but it's probably one of those one track wonders. But there it is right there. You better focus. You after business, you go come pleasure. So we play the Kegach music and then we see who turns up.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé ṣọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodana ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Absolutely, categorically, without equivocation. There it is right there. Absolutely. Ikuko ni riwagbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So do you remember this guy, Mark Morrison? He sang this song, Return of the Mark. So Return of the Mark, the most intelligent woman on the planet returns. So Return of the Mark, as we welcome Zita to the stream. So that's Zita right there. And still Return of the Mark, as one of the most intelligent, and certainly one of the most brilliant voices on this platform, makes it once in a 6 months appearance. There is Paddy right there. Certainly Alexander Gomez's favorite voice, and probably mine as well. But the only voice to rival Paddy, of course, Prince Daddy, who is everybody's champion. So that's the assemble so far. Still more room. Anybody that wants to hop on, hop on. Good to see you, ladies and gentlemen. Been a moment, Zita. But before we get to Zita, let's kick it off with Paddy, actually, because we've not sampled Paddy's opinion in quite a while now. But Paddy, what have we done to you guys now that you want to come and bomb us? Kilon Shele, Esha Noah now.
Mother alone, Jerry.
Uh-huh.
We are not coming. Nigerians should
Uh,
not panic.
it,
How is it going? How have you been?
it's good. It's nice to hear your voice. I'm sure you've been
Yes,
busy, 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 making all
yes,
those
yes.
dollar.
We're trying to. We're trying
You
to be
know.
like you and some good
Uh,
money.
and Dangote, what your back? I mean,
I know, right? But to be honest, I was actually a bit tardy to the live stream. I think the moment I came in was just about when you were wrapping up the gentleman's video. But I just kind of have like an inkling of the
well, you
conversations.
know where there's no other conversation now. It's really what's going on with the Americans, what's in play. There's so many conspiracy theories, and so many people are positioned in surprising ways. Even I am positioned in a surprising way. I somewhat back this American move, if only to shake up the Nigerian states to do something, because this relentless hemorrhaging of lives, I mean, it cannot carry on now. So something has to give. So whatever has to give, the window for it giving is now this window. What are you reading of? What's your reading of what's going on at the moment?
Yeah, to your point, I share some leanings towards the point you just made, where this poises as a time where we can actually do something meaningful. If there had been any holds back that the federal government was having, or any political fears, this is that one time when they can go all, guns are blazing, and they can always put the blame on America. Oh, it's not us. America's one doing it. If we didn't do it, America would have done worse. Because I mean, even though whilst I understand that whatever it was that Trump did, it was just some lobbyists that were able to get him to, to put some attention there. Sorry, one second. I'm trying to clear my throat. Yeah, I feel like it was a divisive moment for Americans, the likes of Ted Cruz and some other people. Those ones are just funded by, I mean, by my assertion, some Biafra apologists, some they call themselves AVID, American veterans of Igbo descent. Because there was I don't know if you saw a video of some Nigerians or Africa or Nigerian Americans
Yeah, we
who
played
were
it there.
veterans.
Yeah,
Aha.
we played it there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
we,
those ones were like some lobbyist groups who, for some reason, they're still grooming their Biafra ambition, or they're trying to use it as a stare, so to stop the government. But the only thing the government can use, and obviously there was this Bilma video that trended a while back, and trying to distract from, oh, we are not focusing only on Israel, we are focusing on everywhere there are Christian persecutions. So the Nigerian data came up, it's a good talking point for America. And then of course they want to try it. There's that piece. There's also the other conspiracy. Well, maybe not the conspiracy, but there's also the other talks around the rare earth materials and minerals that Nigeria seems to be, making available, considering the fact that China has told America that we will no longer be supplying you, these are rare earth minerals that you need to make your chips. So the likes of Nvidia and other chip manufacturing companies in America, they're supposed to lose some money. So those ones will lobby. Where are those other countries where you can make that, in line? It's Nigeria and some maybe Congo or Africa. Nigeria seems to be that place where the world is tilting towards. So that means it gives them an opportunity to want to come in. But obviously, I know America cannot just come in to invade. Probably they'll come with a company. They probably Trump wants probably bully his way rather than run some allied peace. You can't have kept ban on a country, a visa ban, or reduce their visa from 5 to 3 months just some months ago. You couldn't have called them shadow country just one term ago. You couldn't have called them, the most disgraceful people on earth. Suddenly now you want to care for black Christians.
yeah. Well, he seems to have a particular fixation with Nigeria, though, because he also gave us that designation under his first term. So what's the issue that this guy has with us?
It's just general bigotry. I mean, Trump has implicit bias towards black people that he feels that he doesn't perceive them as rich people. If Nigeria were like like a Saudi kind of Nigeria, he would love you, kiss our behinds. But because the Nigerians that he's meeting, I mean, we're not the ones the data that they have before him. It's not Nigeria of the Dangote and the Clarks. It's more like, oh, well, these people are just coming to take benefits and take citizenships, and like they are, and then these people are overstaying their visas and seeking asylum. So those are the Nigerians. That's the data before him. So he will call Nigeria and Haiti and the like, shadow countries. But if and when he starts to get that, there's some money in there, there's some potentials, and he can't face them or he can't bully his way, then there'll be respect. Trump understands local marketing, so this one is the initial gragra. Let me intimidate them. If they shake, then we can see what we'll do. But I also saw a video of Ted Cruz. I don't know if it was this year or last year, where he was before his Senate and he was talking about, these rare earth minerals and how China is moving away and how America needs to start looking into emerging markets and emerging places. And Africa was mentioned. I don't know if Nigeria was mentioned, but Africa was mentioned. So if that same Ted Cruz is not saying, look, guys, let's start looking for where we can get our lithium somewhere else, it just makes an entire sense. But from a military standpoint, if the Tinubu presidency do have sense, if Nuribadu is that as astute as he poses to be, this is where they should do something. Nobody, not even the northern oligarchs or nothing, will hold them to ransom for actually doing something. What I suspect might happen is that there might be a ceasefire now. So there might be an outflux of this militancy from Nigeria. Maybe they move back to Niger or Chad for a little while, see how things will go.
Sorry, Fadi. Those countries are actually in anticipation of that, and they're already, because that outflow is already taking place. But those countries, those bordering countries, are already in anticipation of that, and they're already showing up their borders to contain them within the Nigerian space. They don't then want them flowing into their country. That's
Yeah,
what
so
we're hearing. Yeah.
yeah. I did hear that. I did hear that Niger and Chad, are trying to closing their borders, but they don't. They even those also don't have the military might now. Those guys will cross through Katsina and and Sokoto, and then and then they're out, because those places they're borderless. Those are borderless bounds. That bound is just a sketch on paper. Those guys are siblings. They are cousins. They are there was a video that I saw. I'll try to share that. Maybe if I find that video, I'll send it to you on X. These people are within the community of themselves. So you see girls and boys and you see these people on bikes going to mosque with their AK rifles. So you can't stop them. There's who's going to put them on check. The only thing that those Nigerians are trying to do is Chadians too is they were the ones that locked them on the inside before. They want to go. They don't even have enough military might to stop these people. But I think for them it's just more of a political anticipation. We're going to lock them in. We're going to do that. Is it Nigeria that is owing Nigeria money for light bills that they've not paid? They will just cross through a different border and they'll move on. Because once there's that bombing, but I'm hoping to see what the Nigerian military's response will be. I know China is interfered. I'm hearing Russia too might be putting their mouths very soon. But Donald Trump is busy focusing on what's it called?
The
And
European
Europe.
Union also,
Yeah.
did you want to comment later? The European Union also said they stand with Nigeria.
Oh yeah, they'll just come out
I don't
sometime.
think the international space has their appetite for, because the excuse is so flimsy and it's so vague.
Nobody wants to go into that battle. They just like, dude, focus on But even Trump right now is busy with New York. He doesn't have our time anymore. I feel like the 20K they paid Ted Cruz should have finished by now. He's done his tweetings, he's done his rhetorics. Campaign lobbyist has gone. Except there's something bigger that's beyond us that we don't know.
It's
But,
basically
yeah.
so it's just the whole so the world is shifting, like it's going to a two power system, right? It's no more of a multipolar system, right? Right now, Russia and China, they lent the ropes from the US. Initially, the West have been in control of Africa. If you look at the Sahel region, France and stuff like that, right? US have realized like China and Russia they've started to like dig in globally. They're also playing the same game France and the rest of the country are doing, and they're losing that control, especially with the emergence of BRICS, right? So I believe like this whole thing that's just going on is more or less like a power play between Russia, China, US, and Europe, both of them, all those powers are scrambling for a foothold of African resources and global dominance, basically. So, like, like Russia has already taken over the Sahel region, Mali and stuff like that. US is basically more or less, and China is the same thing, but China comes in through like railway systems and stuff, and they hold you economically, right? And right now, US is just trying to more or less like poke the stick to, and that's why you see China coming out. China is coming out and defending and saying, no, you can't do that. Basically, they're protecting their interests, and US knows that. So basically, it's more or less at the end of the day to be, okay, if you want us to back off, your Russia and you people, you're holding some things that are ours, France and everything. Yeah, leave that one, we could leave your own. So that's basically what's going on as far as I'm concerned. And you can even see, like, with the whole genocide, have you noticed that no Nigerian pastor is talking? None.
No, Pastor Adebayo came out and said there's no such. I think some of them are actually coming out that the situation is a lot more complex than that.
It's complex because it's geopolitical.
It's not really, exactly.
It's not religious in any way. And even if you see Trump's statement, you see, when somebody is going with a narrative, that whole stuff of I'm here to deliver Christian brothers is highly divisive. That is
in fact, he's not a Christian himself. Now he said so. So what is
the majority of IDP camps? Is it Christians in there or Muslims?
There's only one Christian brother that Trump wants to deliver, and that Christian brother's name is Lithium. That's the only Christian brother. That's the only Christian brother he wants to deliver. But let's do this. Let's do 5 minutes monologues. Because we are setting it now. We'll kick the 5 minutes off with Paddy, who has the floor anyway. Then Zita, you Charles, of course, because you were actually the first in, Charles. And then we whip it round. So 5 minutes monologue for you, Paddy. We are talking about the Trump situation, of course, but we are also talking about Nigeria now set to sell off the refineries for reasons of admitting that they're not capacitated to handle it. And then the Lagos State Police, they've put a wanted poster out for Omoyele Sowore for reasons of him not doing his NYSC. So maybe that's state power taken too far. But yes, those spaces or any other thing, 5 minutes. And Nnamdi Kanu refuses to put up a defense. So almost certainly a sentencing anytime soon. So floor is yours. 5 minutes, Paddy.
Yeah, I think I mean the gentleman that spoke last, obviously, echoed the sentiments that that I too was tilting towards it's about resources. One second, one more. I'm unsure why my voice is dry tonight. Yeah, it's about resources, and I saw what we also what Russia did with.
Sorry, let me give you a tip. Next time you are drinking champagne, have an equal measure of water. You have to have an equal measure of water. That's what I do.
Thanks for the tip, Wilbur. So yeah, we saw what Russia has done with the Sahel. Unfortunately, even whilst the Russia is helping Sahel, quote unquote, politically, they still have the Wagner group that's still terrorizing. And my biggest fear right now is Mali. And there's this terrorist group that is grooming in Mali. And once those guys take a big chunk of Mali, they're coming straight to Niger, and after Niger, obviously it's Nigeria and Chad, because we have very porous borders. So I'm hoping that we don't have that massive chaos. But with China, it's just about resources. But moving on from that, I feel like we will still bounce out that a little bit more into the Sowore space. Sowore is a joke, and for me, Sowore is amongst those David Hundeyin, Podom reporters, all those NSAS, children who are being funded to run negative campaign, about Nigeria. It's, there are different ways where the Western world or economic world, foreign powers who have interest in every country to run their, they run these mercenaries. They could run insurgencies, they could fund insurgencies, they could fund opposition, they could also fund media. And Nigeria is at that media, that negative media face, starting from that NSAS. And there if I up onto leading towards this Christian, there are evidences that the Peter Obi's camp are part of the people who were involved in this Christian amplifying thing. Because there's this young girl that hangs out with Bedabi a lot. She was amongst the people who was echoing the Christianity, the Christian Nigerian, what's it called? Nigerian Christians being
Is it Sarah Ibrahim?
Yes,
Sarah
yes,
Ibrahim.
yes, Sarah Ibrahim. I know, but then the shocking part is this: the other people who used to be obedient, that I feel like their funds were not renewed, are speaking differently. So you find a Rufai Hosseini siding with Nigeria. You find a Shonwoki Baloyi siding with Nigeria. David Undain, that's really has young chap siding with Nigeria. So so the people who naturally will have taken the sides of America are not involved in this racketeering that happened. So there's like a divide now. In fact, David Dane just called out Aisha Yusufu and the likes as people who are responsible for this propaganda. So that's media issues, going on. And I've other sides they say, oh, David Dane and Showore, they've always worked for Tinubu all along. They've just been pretending. So I feel like there was a funding that bypassed Showore. But if you look at what also Shore's antecedents, they've been funding different what's it called? Different what do they call those things? Riot, no, protests, hoping that one of those ones will stick and amplify, but it hasn't worked out well. So it makes sense for Nigerian police to look out to watch for him. They probably won't tell the public the reason they're looking for him, maybe because of security reasons. But I know that there's some intel that's out there that they need to capture Soraya for. So let me leave that to NNPC. It's about time. If there's one agency in Nigeria that we all know that has proven, decades long, that they are crappy and shitty at maintaining anything, is the Nigeria government. So we've seen all their assets and how they've been trashy at maintaining them, even as much as Festac or National Art Theatre or refineries or National Stadium. So if this is about time, maybe one part of the things that the what's it called, the new NNPC chairman is going to do, let them privatize these refineries, whatever limitations, whatever capacity that they can refine, let them refine. Dangote on his own now, he's not stopping. He has made his refinery that has the largest capacity to refine crude, in the world. So once there's competition, Bua will soon come up again. I'm curious to see how that market will be like. And obviously it makes sense where US will be panicking. So that's my 5 minutes on, man.
All right. What about your friend, not mine, Nnamdi Kanu, who refuses to put up a defense? Nnamdi Kanu.
So Nnamdi is fine, and he knows what he's doing. He doesn't want to be out. He's getting more funds from being in there than being outside. This part of this whole Christian thing. This is his cabinet now. So imagine how today Donald Trump made a tweet, and the very next day we're already seeing Biafra maps. We're already seeing people dividing Nigeria. You're already seeing hashtag X Nigeria from American lobbyists, from pro secession lobbyists in the EU in different quarters. So this is and they were not shy about it. If they had maintained their Nigerian Christian genocide, is different entirely. The very next day they already came up with their agenda. So they were not even smart enough to hide their agenda under secession. They've mapped out where they want to go. So, and that funding is coming from Nnamdi Kanu being, so he understands his people, he understands his base.
Do you sorry, Paddy, do you think the American situation, do you think it makes it that much more difficult for the judge to return a conviction against Nnamdi Kanu? At least the conviction that what is being alleged against him demands. So if they return a capital punishment, because it's doing that on the 7th, which is, I think, is that tomorrow or the day after?
The day after tomorrow.
So if they return a capital punishment against Nnamdi Kanu in this American space that we're in now, it makes it that much more difficult for the government than anything else. But then, of course, Nigerians are insistent that this guy must get the capital punishment.
To be honest, I don't think the legal system in Nigeria or even the FG have the balls to want to try that right now. There's so much sensitivity going on out there, and you don't want to have an implosion from within. And if there's something that the Nigerian government don't want to be easy on, is to underestimate what those IPOP guys can do. So, and remember, IPOBians, they're not just in the southeast, though. They're in Lagos. If you remember, during when federal government, when Peter Obi went to Alaba International, and then there was a rhetoric and saying, "Look, IPOB guys were on standby, waiting for the nearest call to action for them to, for them to start destroying from within." So these guys are they're vastly spread. Those Amata boys, but the average of them have the IPOB mindset. Even the and like so you will see there are very few Zitas out there, and I'm not saying that because Zita is she's on stage. There are very few of them. The vast majority of them, no matter how astute they are, no matter how erudite they are, even the Kingsley Moghalu himself too, he will pander towards towards an iPod rhetoric, because for them it's a means to power, it's a means to an end. So Nnamdi Kanu will be fine. They'll find a way to. It's a law. They've been like this for 4 years. Nothing's gonna change now. They just keep finding a way to keep pushing the dates. And he also needs to be there to keep getting the kind of funding that he's getting right now. The moment he's out, the funding movement will be different, because he has to have a new bargain for him to come outside. And I don't even think the political southeast want him to be out, because even when he comes out, what's gonna happen to Peter Obi? What's going to happen to Soludo? What's going to happen to Opuzodima? All their ambition gets cut short. So the longer it's in there, the more the Southeast can build that political base. The small, the longer they can build a political base. And whilst the longer he's in there, the more he can get far much more funding. That's just how I say it.
All right, brilliant, excellently put. So you can all see now why Paddy is Alexander's favorite voice. Another voice favored by Alexander, Zita, the mighty Zita. Zita, Wagwan. Wagwan. Zita, Wagwan.
Oh,
Do you know what that means, Wagwan? You see, you're not down with the kids now. Me, I'm down with the kids. So, Wagwan means what's going on. How are you?
The way you pronounced it doesn't sound.
It's patois now. It's Jamaican patois.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You didn't pronounce it well. It doesn't really sound like the way they do. Because I have a lot of them in my office here.
Well, next time you see them, you say Wagwan. They'll say, no. They will probably pass you a spliff. Do you know what a spliff is, Zita?
I don't know.
You don't know anything, do you? Yeah, don't you? Ajevota.
I know be Aje.
Look at that. So your favorite man is up to mischief. What's going on with the orange man in the Oval Office? He wants to come and blow us up.
One man, United States threatened Nigeria. You call it 5 minutes monologue. I wish you luck. There are some things I want to remind us. I don't know how much I have to speak on this. I don't really like this propaganda whenever US attack a country or threaten a country and they say it's because of their resources. I want to remind us that US bastardized Iraq. Their resources is still there. They don't give a hook. US bastardized Afghan. That country has almost collapsed. Their resources is there. They didn't give it. In fact, they have one of the rarest stones on earth. They don't give a hook. So when somebody shows concern on something that has been going on for so many years, he's not the first, not the second, not the third, neither is he the 10th that shows concern on Christian genocide in Nigeria. As I said before in your platform, that was on Monday, I said, you do not mumble security concerns and security issues and situations in a country together. Yes, you can call it security concerns, but it will be better for you to separate them. Starting from communal crisis, you talk about the terrorist group, militia, herdsmen, and then Christian genocide, and the separatists, or will I call them I don't know what to call Nnamdi Kanu and his group anyway. But if you put it together and say everybody is being killed and everybody is being diseased, everybody that is in the thing is too much, what you are doing is trying to demystify what is happening. You are trying to minimize it. And I don't like it when people do that. Yes, there is a lot of different security concerns in Nigeria that actually Nigerians should be concerned with. I don't know why people are moving this to resources or political, because as of 2002, when Pope John Paul II raised an alarm, Tinubu was not the president. And Pope John Paul II was not the president of the United States, and he wasn't interested in our resources. When Pope Benedict raised an alarm and cried blue murder on the killing of Christians in Nigeria, he wasn't the president of the United States, neither was he interested in our resources. And Nigeria is not even one of the most concentrated Catholic communities in the world. Am I talking about the late Francis? Or am I going to speak about this one that just entered? Now, the problem we are having whenever we discuss this genocide, Christian genocide in Nigeria, is that it's either we do not understand the word genocide or we are pretending to ignore the enormity of what is going on in Nigeria when it comes to Christians. Yes, most pastors and most big wigs in Nigeria, we don't want to speak because they wouldn't want the government to enter them. Because there is a lot of political vindictiveness going on in Nigeria. That's why they will not speak. But we know what is going on. But I will ask everybody who says that there is no Christian genocide in Nigeria to go and please go back and read the meaning of genocide. If you think that is when they gather all the Christians everywhere in Nigeria and burn them together, kill all of them, that's when you call it genocide. There was a Danish cartoon in another country so many years ago that did not have anything to do with Nigerians and the Christians that are in Nigeria. Some headless mob in Nigeria started a riot and killed a lot of Christians. What do you call that? I ask Nigerians. A Quran is being born in France and Italy that has absolutely nothing to do with Christians in Nigeria. Riot will spring up in Nigeria and some Christians will lose their life. That being said, let me move that aside. I want to talk about the one that none of anybody in this platform will say you didn't know about it. There was a young girl in a college in Sokoto. They had a group chat. She got angry because they were using it to preach their religion. Whatever she must have called their Muhammad, whether he called him an idiot, nonsense, or whatever. I asked a question. Does she deserve to be set ablaze and the people hit their chest and show the matches to the world, to the horror of the eyes of the whole world? And today, nothing was done to those people. In that same year, somebody who was serving under the president of Nigeria mocked the resurrection of Jesus Christ, mocked the blood of Jesus Christ, mocked his body. When the Christians were celebrating the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ, the Christians just mumbled and kept quiet. Today, that man is still walking in the streets of Nigeria and he's still screwing trash. Now, I ask you, those that said there is no Christian genocide in Nigeria, I want to ask, in a broad daylight or in a corner or in somewhere where Christians picked a man and set him ablaze for what he said, or Christians picked a Muslim and sent him ablaze for what he said about our Bible. We are people of faith. And most times when you screw trash about our religion, all we will tell you is God punish you. Because we believe that our God has so much power to act. But for you who do not believe that your own God has so much power to act, you act on his behalf. How many Christians in Nigeria have gathered a Muslim to set him ablaze for what he said? Now back to Nigeria and Nigerians that have been speaking that these things are not happening. Roll it out. Those of you who go to say verify, roll out all the prominent people in Nigeria. In one way or the other, at one point or the other, they have just confirmed about this. And somebody say, is because of our resources. Let me remind you that Nigeria do not even have an ambassador in the United States as we speak. And Tinubu has been in office getting to the...
I think one has been appointed, or has one not been appointed?
No. Let me remind all Nigerians, for you that think there is an special interest in your country or something special that you have. Now, let me go back to the interest and the happiness Nigerians are getting today, that they said China said it's not going to happen. EU, WUVB, France said it's not going to happen. They support Nigeria. Nigeria is a problem. I ask you a question. And peradventure they bomb you, what are they going to do? That is a question all of you will have to answer. What are they going to do? Bomb US? Or give you weapon to bomb US?
Zita, I apologize. Do you mind me asking you one question? Just a singular question.
Please, let me finish. You can ask me any question you want to ask me. Or maybe, probably, you end up turning your country as a battleground for shenanigans, like Ukraine, like Syria, or some other place. I want to remind us that United States of America is one country. Over the years, I've been studying them and their activities in Africa. I want to make bold to say today, they are one country that I see that give African money as if they're beggars. You know what you mean? A beggar is sitting in the street with his can of begging bag. You just drop money and walk away. So when Nigerians come to this platform and say, hey, it's because China has entered, it's because United States has been loading money in Africa even before China found his feet. So if they have wanted all of you, they would have taken all of you. But for some reasons, I can't lay my hands on. As of September, how much did they give to Nigeria? People who are saying, what is this Trump's madness with Nigeria? He approved how many $1 million for your arms just in August. And that same person was showing concern. Look, you can't be doing this. And the concern he's showing is not the concern. He's just wake up and was showing it. But let me say this. This is not the first time he showed concern. Yes, one man, you are very right. When Joe Biden did his, what I will call performative DEI, that one Nigerian Muslim was among the cabinet, people in his cabinet, called Wale or something. The guy did a high-profile visit in Nigeria. When he came back, what did Nigeria get from him? Being a performative DEI. We got what they call quiet deal, loud silence. Nigeria was removed from CPC without announcement, without justification, and with no explanation. And we were all watching. And the mayhem is still happening. I will ask everybody to go and look for the meaning of genocide. Yes, there are some separatists in the East. There are some headless people.
Sorry, Zita, 3 more minutes. You may want to take part this question to take it along.
No, I just wanted to ask that bombing you're referencing, can that bomb detect people who are not Christians?
It's a what?
The bomb that the Americans will, you know, the Americans, they have all this high technology. So can their bombs differentiate between Christians and Muslims when they are dropping it?
Let me say this. I don't think you put that question very well. But since you couldn't put the question very well, let me put it very well before I answer you. Madam Zita, would you love the United States to bomb Nigeria? The answer is no. I wouldn't want them to bomb Nigeria because I married them and I married one of the people that do that bombing. And I know how devastating it can be and preview to what they can do. So I wouldn't want them to bomb my country because the country will be left in tatters. But the rate in which Nigerians are running their mouths and downplaying this situation, I wish you people luck. Honestly, sincerely speaking, you go do research. I like the way Tinubu answered. He was not behaving like Saddam Hussein. Because when a government or an administrator or a leader of a nation listen to this bullshit, all of us are screwing. He might seem to be empowered to screw his own trash. But I like his answer. He's very careful. Yeah, we have a problem. We have security problem. And we are willing to work with you to get it sorted out. All these things we are saying does not really matter. Who they are listening to is Tinubu. And the day he falls short, I can assure you that my opinion and your opinion will not matter. And they're going to do their shit. And the sky will not fall. I rest my case.
All right, brilliant. Excellently put. So there's still several topics I want you to speak on that, Zita. You know, we value your opinion, but let's move the mic round very, very quickly. We go to Charles next, and then after Charles, Patowski, Prince Daddy Arogidigba. Being a bit more rigid with the timing now, I exercised a little bit of fear because our party's not been here for a while, neither Zeta, but Charles, you are up next. This American situation, give us your perspective.
Like it's just control, basically. Like they're losing the foothold of Africa, the Sahel region, Nigeria, especially. And if you look at what Trump is doing, basically, Trump is targeting Venezuela, Nigeria. Those are BRICS partner countries, right? That basically all these moves basically does to break that dual hegemony system that is coming up with BRICS, right? This is not about terrorism. This is not about genocide. This is basically about influence and control. As far as I'm concerned, Trump is not going to attack Nigeria. And I don't even understand the concept of a democracy. Because normally I would expect if China did this same thing, right? If China made this same move, you will find America and other democracies saying this shouldn't be allowed, sovereignty and everything. But I don't understand why, when it is the US or a Western democracy saying they will attack another sovereign democracy or invade or whatever and split their states or split up the nations, and like, why is it allowed? Like, under what circumstances is that allowed? Is it because they are the ones in charge of democracies? And this is what this idea of leader of the free world. You see this democracy that I'm talking about there is just a scam. This is just another tool of control, because I don't understand Why can't Nigeria, if there's terrorism in France and everything, why can't Nigeria go there and say, yes, now we are both democracies. Let's help you. We will invade your country if ISIS is killing people in France and things like that. Why can't we do that? Why is it the other way around? Like, I don't understand. Like, as far as I'm concerned, like, this is just about, we've never been, this is just neocolonialism all over again. The same way they come using religion to spread that, to take control of African resources and take control of African geopolitical interests. Now they're coming with the same playbook again, saying it's they're protecting Christians, which is, as far as I'm concerned, Christian, there's nothing. People have been dying in Nigeria, yes, but it's been happening in the north. Most people that are in IDP camps are northerners, are Muslims. You don't see Christians in IDP camps. Yes, there's been some one or two things here and there with churches and stuff like that, but the majority of people influenced by the terrorism are Muslims. And that is why the pastors are not coming out, because they know basically, really, this is not about Christian genocide. This is basically about resource control, where you see a foreign party using terrorists to chase people out of a province or a locality in Nigeria so that they can take their gold and stuff like that without any interference. And do you know the funny thing about it is that the Nigerian government is compromised. They are actually the terrorists. That's the funny thing. That is why Nigerians are all of a sudden siding a foreign nation invading their country. Because that should not be, it shouldn't even be this, that should not be happening. Because the truth about it is that all Nigerians know that the government is whining and dining with the terrorists. They're their sponsors. So as far as I'm concerned, I think they're just playing us, like, and Nigerians are falling for it. Like, all this whole invasion, all this whole Christianity, our Christian brothers, we're not their Christian brothers. We're not their brothers. We are basically their slaves. And as far as I'm concerned, this whole thing is just slave-master relationship. Your politicians are the slave masters. Europeans are your politicians are the slave traders. Europeans are the slave masters. Immigration is also is part of the whole scheme. Like, and I think Nigeria, they've just lost the foothold and control of their slave traders. Their slave traders are now growing balls to becoming independent under BRICS and China and Russia. And they have to rein them in. And this is what they're doing. And the diplomatic way Tinubu and others have responded to it is basically, it be like say we don't pass our power, or make we no upset this. It be like say we just, basically at the end of the day, you just find out that Nigeria, they will halt their BRICS membership, they will halt all those strategies that China is placing for, like, its dual system.
Do you not think that that Tinubu would just have to concede some resources to, especially Donald Trump and his business partners? Is that not what this is really about?
It's yes, resources is one of the things. I'll be honest, because especially that gold. You see, China in Nigeria is.
I'm not sure they're after gold. I think they're after rare earth minerals like
rare earth, gold, everything. They're after everything. That's the honest truth about it. At the end of the day, Tinubu would basically have to concede in terms of, and you see, Venezuela and Nigeria are partnering nations to BRICS. The same thing, they played the same game with South Africa, who is another BRICS nation, when they came with the genocide rubbish, if you remember. This is the same playbook. This is nothing. They don't, see, the US does not give a damn about whatever is happening to your country. Is it not the same US that in Syria? Is it not the ISIS, former head of ISIS, that is now the leader in Syria, the president? So are you trying to tell me that the US that supports such under the administration is not, like, people are just dining with the devil? The US has no interest. This is just geopolitical tussle between China, Russia, and US. They don't really give a damn. They're just trying to rein back Nigeria in, because it seems China and Russia have pulled Nigeria to their side.
There's the theory as well that Dangote is part of the mix, that because Dangote is shutting down so many refineries, especially in America, Europe, all over Europe, everywhere, to the point that he's actually now exporting petrol, not crude, but petrol to the United States.
And that is the idea. That's the idea behind BRICS. It's basically, it's more or less like, almost like self-independence. Like, people are, the model of BRICS basically is it's not the American model or the Western model where they come in there, that your masters, you do as they say, they control your foreign and domestic policies, you just do as they say, right? I think China and Russia, to be honest, they have the same idea, right? But they tend to give most nations some leverage, some freedom. And a lot of people are going towards that angle. They would rather take that. You see China coming to say that, hey, that Nigeria, we are coming to invade you. They don't do things like that. Russia won't do things like that, right? But you see, I don't understand the concept of it. I don't even understand how we are even allowing this. And as far as I'm concerned, I don't understand why a democratic nation would be threatened by another democracy. Like, is it that because US is the forefather or the leader of the free world, does that mean
you know what this tells us? It tells us the Venezuela, Nigeria, etc. It tells us the vulnerability. Trump could even say, "I'll invade Nigeria." It doesn't even have to give an excuse, and it's not really even giving an excuse, because in one of the clips that I played, the lady was explaining that, look, this thing has been going on for well over 15 years. So why is it suddenly a high octane urgency now, as opposed to 5 years ago, 2 years ago, 10 years ago?
Because 5 years and 2 years ago, they still had the foothold of the country. France still had the foothold of the Sahel region. It was still business as usual, right? With the Europeans and the US, they still had that global dominance. But now people are Mali, Burkina Faso, Nigeria, like Venezuela, everybody is now having some kind of independence and freedom. And US is just basically saying, nope, this can't happen. The honest truth is that, like I've said, like, we've never been free from colonialism. Like, there's been an arrangement somewhere where it's basically, everything is just still under European interests and everything, but they just give us this idea that we're free or whatever. Like, I don't understand what's going on, but as far as I'm concerned, this has just showed that the concept of democracy is not really about freedom or independence. It's more of just like control. Like, that idea of US being the leader of the free world means for every democratic nation in the world, they have, like, US controls them. They can come into any democracy. They can tell you that, is it not the same US that when there's election, you'll be looking at US that is it free and fair? If they say it's not free and fair, then it's not free and fair. Like, it doesn't even make sense. Like, that's just my own say. I just feel like it's just a political tussle between Russia, China, and Nigeria is just in the middle. So you just have to pick a side. Is either you run to you, and that's what Venezuela is doing. You see what they're doing, asking Russia and China, please come and help me. I dare under you. You know, go do anything to this guy who is bullying me. And I think Nigeria is just going through the diplomatic approach of it's still the same non-alignment policy.
Do you think this weakens or strengthens Tinubu, or do you think how he manages it will determine if he gains or loses from it? Do you think Tinubu is weakened by this?
So this is the truth. Yes, he's weakened. So, like, see, like, they're already saying like 12 states are under, like, is it 12 state governors are under terror watch and everything? Those 12 state governors, I'm sure majority of them are under APC. Indirectly telling Nigerian people that your government is incompetent. Your government is a sponsor of terrorism.
I think they may well be the 12 Sharia states.
But are they not APC states?
Yeah, predominantly, yes.
And indirectly, they're saying that Tinubu is part of that whole game. As far as I'm concerned, like, this is just basic, and the timing cannot even be better. It's close to elections and everything. So if I were Tinubu,
sorry, land that point. Yeah, and then I'll ask you more question.
If I were Tinubu, to be honest, forget about BRICS, forget about China and Russia, put that on hold and just do as America says. Because the truth about it is that we are under a democracy. Russia and China are not. Like, the person that controls, like, what is a democracy, what elections are free and fair, who is meant to be the right leader is the US. So as long as you're under there being a democratic country, you just have to do as they say. So as far as I'm concerned, he just has to just stick to the US and abolish any partnership or ideas that China and Russia are selling to him. That's my own.
All right, let me ask you this. Give a brief answer. I want to move around quickly. Everybody speaks and then we open it up. But do you think the Americans should actually, within this window, designate individuals in Nigeria as well? I'm talking about people like El Rufai, Sheikh Gumi, the Sultan of Sokoto, all of the names that we associate with that sort of the goings on. Do you think, because the Americans have the muscles, they don't really care, can they should they designate particular individuals as also individuals of concern with those names predominantly the Sultan of Sokoto and certainly El Rufai?
No, they wouldn't. They can't do that. Like that's what keeps them under their control now. Like doing that would you have to start from scratch again. You have to like a new person will come in there and you have to get into them. You basically it's a leverage for the United States. Basically, it's like saying, I know who you are. If you don't play nice, I could destroy your political careers. So it's a foreign policy too. Like they know who is in charge of all the sponsorship and everything, but they're deliberately not. They could say it now if they really want to help Nigeria. Why don't you just publish the list and Nigerians will take it from there? But they're deliberately keeping that to their chest. They're playing a card game. They know who those people are and they're blackmailing them in terms of, look, we know who you are. You either play nice, go back, do what we tell you to do, or we would basically ruin your political career. And they know, and they will have to just talk among themselves. The political elites that, bro, so Tinubu, the northern elites will come to Tinubu and tell him that about, see, our ambitions, our political, everything is at stake. Please do as this guy says. Basically, US is not a friend of Nigeria. That's as far as I'm concerned. They're just blackmailing that country and taking advantage of them.
All right, but stay with us, Charles, for as long as you can. I still want to hear from you about the dizzy rascal from Umahia, Nandekano, and his wayward ways.
Leave my brother alone. No. Leave my brother alone.
Nigeria selling his refineries and all that, but document all the voices and then we open it up. We take the mic next to Patoski, who I know he comes from a Christian perspective, but is there nuance to his submission? But did you want to say something, Paddy, before we go to Patoski?
I just wanted to say that the gentleman that just spoke, his voice sounds like eyes on or something. I thought it was him for the most part.
No, that's not Aizo. Aizo is more militant than Charles now.
Yeah, I was wondering.
Aizo would have been fighting everybody. All right, Patoski, if you're there, mic is yours. Floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Unfortunately, I couldn't join in the morning time. It was a very interesting topic. So anybody that have the time should go and listen to it again. I've done that. One man, I will take the same position with Zita tonight. And we should stop deceiving ourselves. And that's what the government have been doing over time. But let me lay some foundation. One, I am not saying that Tinubu is responsible for Christian genocide. Mark that. Two, I am not going to downplay it by saying both Muslims and Christians are getting paid. No. But let's bring the truth out and use this word. I believe, since I was a child, that there have been deliberate targeted killings of Christians in northern Nigeria. Recently, you remember there was a man, and I'm happy somebody even spoke about that. There was a northern imam that was awarded the national honor for saving 262 Christians by hiding them in the north, in the mosque. If there is no targeted killing of Christians, why would you give somebody an award for saving Christians? And mind you, why did he have to hide them in a mosque? Could these people have been agreed to being hidden in a church? Hiding them in a church, you all agree at that point would be a suicide attempt. And the man got national honor for saving Christians. And in the same attack, several hundreds of people were killed. So are you telling me there's no targeted killing? Two, in recent past, in the northern part of Nigeria, there's a community where Christians were attacked and it's a collection of the Muslim in that community that begged the attackers to spare their Christian neighbors. And everybody hailed them as very good Christians. Why? Because they were able to save, a very good Muslim rather, because they were able to save Christians. If Christians were not being targeted, would there have been any need to save them? We are not being targeted in Canada. There's no need for somebody to say, be awarded or recognized for saving me. You understand? Time will not permit me. I happen to have a friend who has, I happen to have a number of Catholic priests as friends, reverend fathers. In short, one of my friend's younger brother almost became the bishop of Kano. I've visited Catholic churches in Plateau states. I've not been privileged to visit Catholic churches in Benue, but I visited in Plateau. I visited in Kano. You understand? And I've listened to priests in Plateau, in Kaduna, in Zaria, share their experience. It's like walking on eggshell. They are, I don't know the right word to use. They are living in fear. As at that, they were living in fear as at that time. If I take you back, you remember several incidences of individual Christians that were being killed for being fired for the wrong reason, and governments never bother to investigate. Or when they investigate, they don't make the investigation and the outcome public so as to discourage that. I will remind you of Akaluka, the man who went to a public washroom in Kano, and because another person, the man finished from a public washroom in Kano, and another person went into that washroom after him and saw a Quran sheet on the floor, and the man just presumed that it was that last man that used the Quran to clean up in that washroom, and that was how that man was taken out. They did that blazingly, took off his head, hung his head on a spear, and was carrying it all over Kano. Shine la ilaha illallah, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, in Kano. And this emir of Kano, somebody was saying, was almost culpable as at that time too. It is in this same Nigeria that we have incidences.
Yes, I remember that story. In fact, they said that Abacha wanted to deal with him, but
he had to run out of the country. It is in this same Nigeria that we'll see incidents of Muslim attack outside Nigerians, and Christians there will be attacked for it. In this same country, and somebody is saying, mineral. What's mineral? After all, you are not using it now. Do we have capacity to develop lithium and use electric car and develop electric car? Are we not going to eventually sell it? We are still going to sell it now. The oil that we have, we're not selling it. Is it not after 60-something years that we just develop the capacity to start even refining the oil? As it is today, do you have capacity to use lithium? Or do you want to be eating the lithium? So that's the point. The rare earth mineral is, we are not using it. We will even need them to help us to develop it. So
do you
what
mind
are
if
we
I
talking
interject
about?
you a little bit? Do you mind in the interjections, Patoski?
No.
Okay.
No, please. Let me just because it's a quick one. I'm even running up on time safe now. So the point is this: do I want America to come and invade Nigeria? No, and I don't think they might. Mind my word, they might. It's possible they do, but look at the way we are nervously taking some steps. Now we are trying to appoint ambassador. Now Tinubu is just behaving like a child. Ìgbà yìí làárọ̀, Yorùbá say ìgbà yìí làárọ̀. Do you need a Trump to come into power? Somebody that came into power after you to jolt you to do the right thing. Look at how long it's taking our people to set up state police. and you say you want to improve security. The only thing you are doing is changing service chief. That's the same thing everybody does now. You have been changing service chief, nothing has changed. They say to do the same thing over and over again and expect the different result is the definition of insanity. This chief of defense staff, was he not there as chief of army staff? What he couldn't do as chief of army staff, he's going to do as chief of defense staff. All these guys, were they not there as director of logistics, director of this one, general officer commanding this? Some of them are even the commander of center of operations in those terrible places. Were they able to do anything? The major change that can improve our security is allowing people state police. And then we are able to share the responsibility between the federal and the state. Then you will not solely be blaming the federal for the insecurity in the state. Then Benue State can deploy its own police to deal with its own peculiar situation. But look at how long it's taking us to do that. Now we now need it. You will see now. You see very soon that state policing bill, everything goes so fast now because somebody did a tweet. What kind of a shameless leader is he now?
The state police will come. It's in the pipeline. Once APC controls all the states, then there's no fear of any rival political parties in state police. That's the game plan.
Go and match it now. They will quickly do state police now. You'll be surprised. That bill will go fiam, fiam, fiam. What's wrong? What is the difficulty in setting up a bill for state policing? Look at how long the state creation bill is working now. And it's getting even more attention. So Tinubu needs to sit up. The Christians in the north Christians are naturally not very as aggressive as Muslims. That's the truth. The highest, and let me give you a typical Christian extremist, Bishop Oyedepo, and the highest he can do is go on the podium and talk blazingly. Somebody like Paul Eneke, those are Christian extremists that can speak and don't care and just abuse you and say, that's the highest a Christian can do. Have you ever seen a Christian go to burn down something, burn this, burn down, burn that? We have had the highest form of assault around against our scripture, against our Lord, not our prophet, our God. We have had all kind of insults. But just like he taught us to keep quiet and not to resist evil, but to pay back evil with good. And that's what we are doing. But you cannot take all of us for granted because some people will not take that shit. Sorry to use that word. Some people will not continue. In short, it will not. Our children
3
will
more
not
minutes,
take it.
okay. 3 more minutes.
Our own children that we are raising, they will not take that from anybody. And that country better watch out. We better watch it. This is not about politics. This is not about, after all, Tinubu cannot have a targeted genocide or killing of Christians. His wife is a Christian. A number of his kids are Christians. To me, to some Muslim, Tinubu is not even a Muslim. That's the truth. To people like that former Minister of Technology, I'm sure if they ask him in his mind, is this man a Muslim? He will tell you no. That's the kind of system that we are. So it's not Tinubu. It's not about politics. It's not about IPOB. It's not about. It is about. Has there been targeted killing of Christians? Yes. Has government been responsive? No. Are we living in denial? Yes. That's why we say even Christians and Muslims are getting killed. No. When that girl in Sokoto was spied, what was the effort to make sure they recover? They arrest the people that were
Deborah,
responsible.
they arrested them and released them, Deborah.
Well, look at that girl that was by armed robber in Abuja. The arrest girl. In less than 2 weeks, they caught the people. And you can be sure because Rufai Oseni is there, talking and watching. You will see what will happen to those people. The same Abuja, a redeemed woman was preaching. He was spied. He was on the page of Punch. She was there with her body and everything on the page of Punch with the megaphone on the floor. We've not heard anything about that. And Christians will just talk. Bishop Adebo, Pastor Adebo just visited the family, and that was it. Pray for them. Say, don't worry, you have hope, you have this. How can we continue to live like that? Whenever I go to Kano, I don't feel the same way if I go to the east. Until recently, when I go to the east, I feel very relaxed. I enjoy myself. When I go to Kano, I'm always like, is something going to happen to me here? The kind of tension. This Adama that Shore didn't go. I was also posted to Adama the same call up with Shore. When I was going, my parents warned me. They don't go there and preach. Oh. Don't go there and this. Oh. Don't go there and do this. Oh. Is it not the same Nigeria? Why would Shore even go there? When Abacha was looking for him and everything, you want him to go there to go and serve. The police guy don't know what they talk. That's the kind of country that we live in. So let Tinubu sit up. Let Tinubu sit up. That's to me, and we should stop living in denial that it is everybody. It's Kinikan. It is IPP people that are using it.
All right,
So
Pato,
let me round up with this.
Hold on. Do you want to take Paddy's question to take it along with your roundup?
Okay.
If he still remembers, Paddy.
To be honest, woman, I don't remember the question anymore.
You don't remember? It was in the moment.
All
right.
Yeah. The only piece that I'm actually just slightly curious about is, so are the Christians in the north, do their lives matter? Do the pains of their death or the pains of their genocide, does it matter more than the Christians in the southeast that are also being pied? Because they're also Christians.
No. You are missing the point. The Christians being pied in the southeast, they are not being pied because they are Christians.
Yeah,
but the Christians being pied in the north, they are.
That's not accurate.
Which gives it a darker coloration.
That's not accurate.
No, let me correct you. So hold on.
What are you correcting them? Are you getting a different news from the one that
it's accurate?
So every Christian. Hold on now. So you're saying, so your argument now is that every Christian that has lost their life in the northern part of Nigeria, they all lost their lives because they were Christians. None was not. Now. None of them was. That's exactly what you're saying.
Just said that
because
now?
You have put.
Sorry, Paddy. You are more likely to lose your life because you are Christian in the north than anywhere else in Nigeria.
But
you
the same thing also happens too.
Reason. Yeah.
But here's the thing: there are more people who have lost their lives as Muslims in the same hands. Or those people are also Muslims as well too.
Yeah, but they did not lose. Hold on, they did not lose their lives because they are Muslims now. It was incidental to whatever was going on then.
But also in the southeast too. Yeah. In the southeast, there are people who lost their lives simply because they too were northerners, or simply because they were northern Muslims as well in southwest.
That's a different narrative.
Which is what I'm asking now. So is it that as Christians we tend to measure our lives of people who carry Bibles? Does it outweigh? Because the dangers of a one-sided narrative.
Let me allow you to finish your question so that I can.
Yeah, because here's what I'm hearing, and I mean, first of all, I have a very strong issue with the fact that in the year 2025, the year of our Lord, we are still looking forward to Western people coming in to come and bomb people simply because some people that we feel like should be alive should be. Even as Christians, that's not even the way of Christ. But nonetheless, to each his own. But here's what I'm hearing: there are people who have lost their lives, and they happen to be Christians. However, the reason for their death was not solely because they carried the Bible. The reason for their death was also because they were sharing. Maybe they're farmers, and then the people that took their lives were herders, or because they had communal clashes, or they're fighting over lands. So my question to you now is: should we ignore those ones and only focus on the ones that lost their life because they were in church?
Can I answer the question?
Because if you're talking about people who lost their lives, why are we blinding eyes on every other person? Why are we narrowing down the death of people? Hold on, now.
Yeah, let him land. Hold on, Tita. Let him land the question. You have a short go at it, and then Patoski runs up. We go to Prince Daddy Arugedeba. Yes. So land the point.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, why are we narrowing down the lives of certain people and ignoring the life of every other person that have lost their lives due to one insurgency or terrorism or the other? That's just my own piece. And again, I'm Christian too.
Okay.
All right. Do you want to have a stab at it, Zita, before
Okay.
Pastor brings?
I think I answered that question when I did my own submission, but since he did not, maybe he wasn't listening. Let me repeat myself again, and I will use a situation to buttress my point, and I hope he answers your question. If an armed robber buys somebody, and then a motor car buys somebody, and we are discussing, and we say armed robbers has been buying people in Nigeria. You say, why would we say that? Because people have been buyed not only by armed robbers, and they are not being buyed because they were being robbed or they went armed robbers went to their house. There are people who have been buyed because motor jammed them. That's just what you're discussing. And I hope I've answered your question. What the point we are discussing is Christian genocide. Nobody is saying that Christians don't die in Nigeria of every other circumstances. That's why I said, before we come to discuss genocide, we should go and download and read what genocide is, so that we don't mumble it together. We are not saying that Muslims don't buy Muslims in Nigeria. And we are not saying that those that even buy those Christians because of their belief somehow have not buyed Muslims, maybe for a different reason. That is not the discussion. We are discussing Christian genocide. And we are not saying there are no other insecurities in Nigeria. Which one is too difficult for anybody to understand? Come on now.
I mean, first, Woman, please pardon us. First of your analogy does not cohere, because these are like two different deaths. If your example had been like, oh, there's a set of people who rob people and buy them, and that same set of people would also buy people with cars, then the question becomes not the means of buying. It's the people who are killing people, who are taking their lives. The same people who are taking the lives of Christians are also these very same people too, also taking the life of Muslims.
Can I
And when,
can I respond to you?
yes,
I
you
think
will,
that's
because as of today, we don't have any sect or group who have come to identify themselves as Boko something, Haram and Christian Haram or something, or Prophet Isa Haram. There's no organization or group that have made a movement to say we are anti-Christians. In the same crisis where Christians have lost their lives, there's been Muslims also involved as well too. And so that is where I'm coming from.
okay. Let me ask you. Do you know that there's ISWAP in Nigeria? Huh?
We all do.
Yeah. Do you know one of the charters of ISWAP?
You might. I think just go ahead with the point so that I can understand where you're coming from.
The charter, part of the charter of ISWAP is to eliminate Christian and establish Islamic State in northeastern Nigeria. So it's part of their program to eliminate Christians and establish Islamic State. That's targeted. People that are being killed for what they believe. That same person that just escaped being pied for what he believes might be pied by a car or might be pied by the same person but for another reason. You understand? He's saying that, oh, if I had not been a Christian or if I had believed otherwise, my life would have been spared. That's what we are saying. That's what we are saying. We are not saying that people are not pied. The people that are pied in the East, that are Christians, they are not pied because of what they believe. In their religious faith, they might be pied because they don't belong to it. Maybe they don't believe in IPOB ideology or something. And that's even wrong. You understand? That means the person is pied not because he's a Christian, but because he doesn't believe in ideology of IPOB. You understand what I'm saying? So we are saying that we should stop living that denial. Christians are being pied for what they believe. Muslims are being pied for not believing what the extremists believe. There are some Muslims that are being pied for that.
Which is the same thing that you're saying.
For not
And
believing at the same stretch. There are some. That's what I'm saying.
even
But
if
wait now.
even
I've
they
allowed you
don't have
to finish your question now. Let me answer.
But
Except you already have an answer in mind.
No, the assumption you made that they are targeting Christians as ISWAP is not accurate. Accurate.
We are not even
ISWAP are not targeting Christians it's not in their purpose.
Our own definition now is not even starting. We are not
Woman,
defining.
let other people speak now.
Let me just round off now. I am not. We are not defining now that whether Christian. What we as Christians are doing is we are crying out for help. That's what we are doing now, and you cannot tell a man to stop crying, especially when he's being beaten. We are crying out for help. We are not crying to Donald Trump to come and bomb here. We are crying for him to put that pressure on the president of Nigeria because he's not responsive enough to pressure from us. And you cannot blame us for that. Help us put pressure on President Tinubu to take this thing more seriously. Thank you, one man.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellently put. We go on from you, Patoski. We go on to Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy, floor is yours. The conversation, your contribution. Obalola, Prince Daddy.
Yeah. Hello, woman.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
We can perfectly. Carry on. Floor is yours.
Yeah. Thanks, woman. Hello, everyone. I've maintained my position from the onset. Christians have been targeted in Nigeria. There's no doubt about that. And Patoski did a good job a couple of days, yesterday, to enumerate the multiple killings of Christians over many years, maybe a decade or so. And it's something that's well documented, and it's really incontrovertible in terms of the data. So I'm not sure why today people are trying to deny the killing or the targeted killing of Christians in Nigeria. It's well known, okay? And I don't like this argument trying to mesh the killing of Christians and Muslims to be the same thing. I mean, people are being pied. That's not I would say an intelligent way to go about it. If you have a problem, it's always nice to separate so you can devise the right solution to the problem. We know we have insecurity in Nigeria and people are being pied, right? But we're talking specifically about the kind of Christian, and it is a reality. No matter how much people want to slice and dice it in order to justify that Muslims are being pied also. And I've said it also, perhaps at the end of the day, more Muslims are being pied in Nigeria. That is fine. We can make that argument. But you stop trying to deny the fact that Christians are being pied, directly targeted by Muslim Islamic groups, terrorists, or whatever you want to call them, Islamist terrorists. They belong to the Muslim religion. And because of the tenets of their religion, like Patoski said, like the ISWAP or whatever, one of the tenets is the kind of Christians in order to establish a caliphate in that region of northeast Nigeria. These people, we know who they are. But one word I've not used it to describe the kind of Christian is genocide. I don't believe it's a genocide. And just like I said yesterday or this morning, whenever, that the International Criminal Court or any organization in this world had never used genocide to ascribe the killing of any group of people in the world. Believe it or not, it sounds strange, but that is the truth. International Criminal Court did not use it against Rwanda in the killing of the Tutsis and the Hutus when they had the mass killing that occurred. Nor are they using it right now to describe what is going on in Gaza or between Hamas and Israel. So it's a strong word to use by the international community. So that's why when they brought about genocide in Nigeria, I didn't stick with that word. I don't think it's the right word to use. But we can't deny that over the years that many Christians have been pied. Does it amount to genocide? Well, again, that's debatable. But please, people, let's stop doing that, because if the case was reversed and we're talking about a Muslim being pied, I would be strongly voicing my opinion also, because I don't believe that any group of people should be killed or be pied because of their religion or ethnicity or their tribal background. I don't believe in reckless killing of people, no matter who they are. So I know people want to corner me, say I'm a Christian fundamentalist and all this garbage because because they can't make a solid argument to that point. Um, Christians are being killed because I'm a Christian talking about it, and you want to label me or corner me. That is fine. I don't care. But Christians are being killed in Nigeria for many years, and they've been targeted because they are of Christian religion, plain and simple. Okay, Trump, Madam said, did a good job. Trump is, we invaded Afghanistan, Iraq, and other places. We didn't go for the damn resources. In fact, the invasion or the invasion of countries by America is a racket in itself. It's all to serve the interests of the industrial military complex. That's what it is. They no, pump more money into the military complex. They build more weapons and they make more profit. That's the whole goal. America don't care about going for some damn resources. In fact, Trump is crying, actually crying in the sense that look at Iraq, Afghanistan right now. Actually, all the damn minerals, the rare earth minerals, the Chinese are in charge of it. America did not take a dime from it. That's how upset Trump was about it. You guys went to war. We spent over $1 trillion or so in Afghanistan. We got nothing for it. Are you telling me because we want resources, we went to dump $2-3 trillion to get some freaking $100 billion in rare earth mineral? That's garbage. See, people just want to talk and come up with these conspiracy theories, to bolster up their point, but they don't know what they're talking about. There's racket everywhere. We don't care about the damn resources. And when it comes to rare earth minerals, anyways, America has more rare earth minerals than freaking Nigeria does. We have them plenty. So it's not about trying to secure rare earth mineral. It's about the processing of this mineral in which China is dominating and has cornered the market. So that's where the main issue is, not trying to get this mineral. Americans are going to invade Nigeria. It doesn't even make any sense. MAGA, it doesn't align with our nationalist ideology in terms of American first principle. Nobody's going to go invade Nigeria to do what? Even in VP Vance said it the other day. Not even in Palestine or in Gaza are we willing to send American soldiers to go on the ground to defend anybody there. So how much more Nigeria? We're not doing that. See, all those speculations, conspiracies, and all these things, they have footings. They have legitimate grounds, I would say. But you can't. But in terms of Trump's presidency, it does not hold water. Why? Because again, it's not a nationalist first policy. We don't buy into that. If we're talking about the presidency of Barack Hussein Obama, well, you may be right because we saw what the heck he did in Libya. Destroy a whole freaking country. A prosperous country like Libya was destroyed under Barack Hussein Obama. Now, if we talk about George Bush, oh well, we have a record of that too. We saw what happened to Afghanistan and Iraq. So people that are making this argument, they have legitimate rights and concern because America does have a record of such atrocities, you want to put it that way, around the world. But with Trump policy, we saw what happened in the first term. Didn't go to war. Second term is actually stop many wars and brought about peace to the world. Okay, people don't want to recognize that, but they want to make him as a crazy man that wants to go around the world dropping bombs and killing people. No, at the end of the day, don't get me wrong. It may, if he had to drop a couple of bombs to kill some, to buy some terrorists in Nigeria, he may do that if necessary. Those will be targeted bombing like it did in Iraq, rather in Iran, to destroy their nuclear facilities. That would make sense. So, and I said it before, we can't, Nigeria cannot just walk away and try to be belligerent to the whole matter. I think Tinubu is going about it the right way, according to what I heard from you, one man, because it's not something you just dismiss and just, America can go to hell and we do whatever we want to do. No, it doesn't work that way. As a commoner and as a citizen, you may talk that way. But the people in power, they know what's up, they know what is going on, they know the consequences of their inaction and what it would do to the economy and that that diplomatic relationship with America and the rest of the Western world. So Tinubu is doing the right thing. You talk about it. I think, just like I said before, it's an opportunity to engage America and the rest of the world and talk about your challenges when it comes to insecurity and perhaps procure more favorable weapons to combat these terrorists. And it's a way of diplomacy. It's a way of being proactive and engaging at the right level. Don't think Trump is just a madman and we're gonna ignore him and we're gonna do whatever we want to do. No, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. Um, Again, I think Tinubu is doing the right thing in his approach to the matter, which is good. Um, just like there are some people that we call Holocaust denials. I think we have plenty about Christian denials also on this platform, or rather the killing of Christian denials on this platform, even though many of them may be actually Christians by birth, but nonetheless, they're not being real in terms of what is going on the ground.
All right, brilliant, excellent report. Thank you, Prince. So Prince, still other topics to speak on. We go to Aro, who is not certainly not the least, but the next voice to speak. And then we open it up. So Aro, floor is yours. Let's hear from you, Aro. 5 minutes. Look at that. The brandy has finally kicked in. Look at that. I don't think we quite have Roque Degba fully with us at the moment. Did you want to comment, Zita?
Yes, I want to say something. I actually want to summarize a little bit in a funny way what Prince Daddy has said. You see, my colleague in the office, it was on Monday. He's a Ghanaian. She was showing me a clip on her phone of an interview that 3 clowns that call themselves Nigerian with one white man granted Al Jazeera. She was laughing over it, so she brought it to me. The 2 Nigerians on that interview denied that there was anything like Christian genocide in Nigeria. And all this mumbo jumbo that we are talking. After about, will I say, 3 minutes into the discussion, the moderator, the Al Jazeera man, asked them one question that changed the whole discussion. And that's the question I want to use as summary for what Prince Daddy just said. He asked them, you said there are terrorists, militia, and all the people running around. He said, what is their mission? And the one that said this, wanting for Nigerian governance, said that their mission is religion. So, just as Prince said, if there are people in Nigeria, running around Nigeria, buying people, and their mission is religion, and that religion is Muslim, common sense will tell any normal person that the people that are not of that religion will be buying more than the people of that religion. And at that point, the discussion changed. That was when the one that said he's wanting for governance in Nigeria started saying yes, that there are cases of targeting Christians in Nigeria. That being said, that is the question I will ask any Nigerian. Those who are saying that there is insecurity in Nigeria, more especially in the north. The question is, those people causing that insecurity, what is their mission? It's important that we answer that question. And then if you know what their mission is, you should know that the people who are receiving the blow more will be people who do not align to that their mission. Then come to the word genocide. I will say that I don't need any organization or institution that are politicized, doing whatever they do doesn't even make any meaning to me these days. To tell me what genocide is. I want everybody to go and read the meaning of genocide. Even if it's one by one, you are targeting them to get to your mission, to get to what you want to do. Even if you will kill one in Abuja, buy one in Owerri, buy one in Aba, buy one, pocket here and there. But the end is because of something. Their religion, their race, even if you are picking them in parts, it's still called genocide. So I don't know why people are having problem with what is happening in Nigeria. But let me tell you, I heard one Nigerian put out in the newspaper that for United States to say that Nigeria, there is Christian genocide in Nigeria means that their intel is poor. And these are words that actually can anger America. I have seen somebody here write on the comment section the other day that where did America get their statistics to say that they have their statistics? So why are they saying that there is Christian genocide in Nigeria? And I tell you something, the Owo massacre in a Catholic church in Owo, I asked those idiots, I want to use that word, no apology. Do you know how many Nigerians that took asylum based on that? The killing of the setting of Deborah ablaze in broad daylight. Do you know how many Nigerians that use that to take asylum several places in the world? To mention but a few. The problem, go and read about it. The Hausa man and the Muslim man and the Christian woman in Plateau Market that caused the buying of almost 1,000 Christians in that year. Do you know how many Nigerians that use that to get asylum in different countries in the world? And all they need to do is to confirm with their embassy. And their embassy will show them videos and pictures of that. And somebody sit one corner in his house in Nigeria and said that United States intel is for by saying that there is genocide in Nigeria. Meanwhile, as we are denying it, the media houses are busy showing all those incidences in Nigeria where you go to church. And I want to remind all of us what we are discussing is Christian genocide. Don't mumble it with other incidences around Nigeria. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant. Shall we also document? I know you want to come in. I was going to move away from the topic, but it looks as though you guys are not fully satiated yet.
Yes.
Shall we document Oriola on that space, Paddy, and then you come in? Oriola, so you've come in latterly. I hope you've been listening. Let's have about 3-5 minutes from you.
Woman, you are funny.
What's that?
A whole America said they're going to throw use your country to test one of their latest bomb, and you say we should shift away from the topic. You are really funny.
No, we're still selling. We're still about to sell our refineries now. No, I wanted to talk about the refineries actually. Who is going to buy it, and is it going to rival Dangote and all that? But I'm not sure. I think Oriola is booked an hotel room here. I don't think it's fully with us. Just like
no, I'm here.
Oh yes, I was inviting your thoughts. Floor is yours. 5 minutes.
Okay. So, well, I won't call it scared, but this topic I think is very sensitive. I think I started listening maybe like 30 or 45 minutes ago. I actually see the point of view from Paddy's. I see it from his point of view. I think the issue is very complicated, and I hope that we don't fall into a trap, because that's how I see it. I think it's more than just a Christian thing. The way I mean, I think this topic probably, when we start saying different killings, we spoke about this topic sometimes, and I've read about it as well. So I know like the way this terrorist organization started, and the thing I think is not really about the religion itself. I think you would just some politicians that put them together, and some people just try to use that to fight their own religious battle. And also, I think I'm listening to people, and I say they're mumbling and trying to make their point by hiding different things. And I'll say this: the killing of the young lady that was set ablaze is not the same thing as the word quotes and quotes the genocide, which I think is a very sensitive and very big word to use. I don't think it's the same thing. It's just some radical people that become very fanatic about religion, that feel like if you talk about their prophet and they can do whatever to you, that's one. And I also see from another point of view, some people that feel like they want to take over some people's land. They don't really care who is there. And if it happens that the people are Christian or they're Muslim, or they don't believe in any religion, they don't care. And I would have think that, because this is a problem that is very solvable, it might take some time. If we look back into where they actually do this killing and taking over the land, can we if we are able to do a survey that all the lands that was taken away and they get rid of those people and they take over their land, can we see the type of people that now make that place their own new home? What type of people are they? What religion? What do they do? What are they all about? I think that kind of like will give us some clarity. But to be honest with you, I think this is a setup, and I don't want us to fall into a trap. I mean, I'm not going to start talking, because the thing is, when it comes to any military things, is this they plan this, and it looks like a lot of us are falling into it, because it could have just be easy for Trump to call the president. They have a closed door meeting and be like, I think the previous administration, they did have the same type of similar meetings. I recall one time that the past president was asking that if they want to set up their base in Nigeria, he was asking for that as well. So to be honest with you, I just think that the big powers in the world, they're flexing their muscle, and they're looking for a new battleground. And if we're not if we're not careful, that place will be a battleground. And that's what I think. I just think that it's too complicated for us to just think.
I have a theory. I have a theory. My final theory is that yeah, right. It's not basically about resources, but I think if you look at all the wars US has really fought, Iraq, Libya, um, um, like these are like all rich nations, Syria, now Nigeria, Venezuela. I think this is basically done to protect the petrodollar system, as far as I'm concerned, because this whole plan of people shying away from the US dollar has been in motion for a while, right? What I believe is they come in under the pretext of war or whatever, initiate a regime change and ensure that they have a foothold of those countries and their global economies, to ensure that they sustain, like those countries sustain the demand of the US dollar through that oil purchase, because there's this rumor of like people dollarization and things like that. As far as I'm concerned, I think that it's not really about the resources, but I think it's about people, the plans for like all these oil-rich nations to shy away from the dollar as the major buying currency for oil purchases. That's my own theory.
Well, that could be part of it, but I just think that this is a complex. And I know some people were saying, oh, they go to places they don't really need your help. They don't need, come on, man. You would see, this is, go ask Iraq, go ask Afghanistan. People were saying they didn't take anything from Afghanistan. Are you serious? See, this is complex. And if you're familiar with military guys, if you're close to them, this Nigeria is already some people's project. They would do what they want to do, they would do undo, and you would think you guys started it, but it's already a project that they have on hand. They're gonna start the thing. You would think that thing started within yourself, but it did not. They set it up. So that's why we have to be careful. I'm not going to fall into this trap. And I hope that every one of us that we're thinking, oh, this is just one thing. I hope we are careful, because as some of us, we might have left Nigeria when we were so young, but we still have family members. And I don't think it's something that we want. And I would like us, even though I understand some people might be pissed, yeah, that is really, I mean, I agree with that. You should be mad. But at the end of the day, we still have to, the way we talk about this, we have to be very careful, because we don't know what's in other people's mind. And to be honest, I don't think this is just like a straightforward thing. This is a setup. And I really think it's a setup. And we have to be careful. And I know it comes from different angles. There's China there, there's Russia there, there's mineral resources. There's so many things. Just like the other guy said, it might be the petrol, everything. You're part of BRICS, all of these things. And that's how they retain their power. They have to start something. And I'm not sure if any one of us have seen the video floating around where he himself confirming. We just go to any country and just start war like we wanted, and we can stay there for 15 to 20 years. We just want to, like, it's not like we're going there to win the war. We just want to destroy things. Man, we gotta be careful. We don't want to start something that would lead. That's what I have to say. I just think we have to be careful. This is not simple. It's not 2+2. It's complicated.
All right. Paddy, you wanted to come in, Paddy.
Yes, one man. And, when I was asking Zita the question that I asked earlier, that that bomb, can it detect Christians alone? And the reason I asked that question, I'm sure she didn't get the nuance where I was coming from, is how do you try to resolve the taking of the life of Christians and then alone in a bubble where the lives of people are being taken in that combustion called Nigeria? Like, when these people come in to invade a town, they don't line them up. They don't run a poll. There's no snapper board. There's no check mark saying like Christian move to the left, Muslim go to the right. Then we'll unalive these ones. Except you're saying that, oh, if these attacks happen only at churches, like I said, okay, maybe you do have a point. But I don't think these things happen only at churches. These things happen at night, in the middle of the night. We hear how these things happen so many times. In fact, one of the things we hear a lot is Fulani headsmen, or or unknown gunmen, terrorists, and people's lives get taken away. So you're not saying, oh, let's find a way, let's bring in, this advanced country called America to come to Nigeria, and then for some reason, they will save Christians. Like they're gonna hang a cross on the wall, and then they'll have every Christian look at it. So whenever Christians are staying at that cross, when the terrorists come in, every time they shoot, only the Muslims will die. If we have a problem of genocide in Nigeria, let's put that black statement and say, look, we have a problem of genocide in Nigeria and save everybody. So and that's the part that I'm struggling with, to say, let's isolate the life of one or of some. Is that not the same thing that you're condemning? Are you not exactly condemning the fact that, oh, ISWAP are trying to build up a caliphate, and ISWAP will tell you, we are trying to build up our own caliphate. We are looking for a way where we are going to attack every infidel. Infidel could be atheist. We see it happening in Kwara and Ilori, where Islamic clerics will go and be attacking all those those Yoruba traditionalists. And if there happens to be a chaos there, those traditionalists lives will go. They will come in and say, "Oh, as Christians, we don't care about those ones." Or should do, how do we think those Islam fundamentals see the Muslims in Southwest? Somebody here, I want to believe so. Someone in this show, or maybe somewhere else, just mentioned it, that even the core Northern Muslims don't even see Southwest Muslims as core Muslims. Especially a Muslim that married a Christian. Someone like Bola Tinubu now that is a president, he's a Muslim, but his wife is a Christian. So damn him, he's a kafir. He's probably haram. So who would they take their life of? Are they going to take the life of just the husband? Or what about Muslims or Christians who have wives? What about Christians who married Muslims? So when they come to the house, when the US come in, they're going to ask which husband, are you the Christian, or wife, are you the Muslim, and then take the life of one. And so when we are trying to feel like we care about certain people as quote unquote as Christians, and we care about their lives, but then we want to overlook the people whose lives are being taken alongside them in the same moment at the same time. And that's where I'm coming from. And another part again I'm coming from again is, I've said it before, I'll say it again. What about the Christians that are losing their lives in Southwest? Are they not Christians? Or their death does not matter, it doesn't hurt us, so long that death is just based on, I don't know, ethnic, or just because those Christians dared to come out on a Monday to open their shops. So if you come out on a Monday to open your shop, and as a Christian, as an Anglican or a Catholic, it doesn't matter how your death is, it doesn't matter. But as long as you're a Christian in the north and you're in your house and your life is taken, those are the ones we should send the military to. Or what about the Christians that are taking their lives in Edo, or the ones in Oshun, or the ones in Owo? If we have a problem, and where I'm coming from is this, let's not separate. If this is a genuine pandemic, if this be a genuine concern for us, if this be something that we genuinely want to stop, let's not isolate those who die, and let us have people who, if Trump wants to help, let Trump help and solve that entire problem. They tried to do it with the Chibok girls. I think Oriola mentioned something very fundamental. Why is where is the diplomacy? Why is Trump not having diplomacy with the presidency? Why was there no talks? Let's assume, oh, there have been talks before. The talks were not heated. Things are still happening, and then it comes to tweet. Then we get it. But this show of charade, and it was rightly said, this is his very same playbook he did to South Africa. He came in and was shouting, white South Africans are dying. The blacks are taking the lives of the white South Africans. And then he did that charade, and then he did some politics with Elon Musk. And then the president of South Africa went to White House, and then they embarrassed the guy. And then imagine Trump telling the president of South Africa and telling him, "Oh, you speak English so well." It was just a charade. So what has happened? Okay, let's hypothetically, after that moment, after that all tweet and raging, what has happened in South Africa today? And it's almost as though, also as Nigerians, we can't even just see clearly that this is just politics. This is just Trump trying to just show that he's tough somewhere. And if we genuinely say we care about the lives of people, Trump is not going to come and solve it. So the people who have the power to do it, why are we not asking them to solve that entirety of a problem in its unison? We can't say, so how do we separate Christians' death from Muslim death in a place where the people who are taking the lives are the same people? Israel would not line you up and ask your religion before they take your life. They wouldn't. They would take the life of everybody wherever they find them. So if you want to, let's attack Israel, let's attack Boko Haram, let's attack any other fundamentalist there. Let's attack IPOB or ESN and everybody. Let's attack OPC or Odoa people. Let's anyone who is an insurgency or a terrorist or someone wants to take the life of a fellow Nigerian, that either they are coordinated or organized or unorganized, let's find a way where we can galvanize, build our forest guard, build empower our civil defense, empower our army, have more people joining into the military. Let's stop that banditry. Let's stop the entirety of it. But if you want to solve only one, we're not solving anything. We are still probably creating more concerns. And what we are doing right now is we are further stretching that divide amongst even the Muslims who are there, who will listen to us and be like, how come these Christians don't even care about the life of Muslims who die every day? We have states in the north where the people who lose their lives the most are Muslims too. Their lives too matter as well too. The life of every Nigerian should not matter. And what we are simply doing now is we are already doing exactly what America wants to do. They want to create a divide amongst us. We already have tribal divide to deal with. We already have, now we are not adding, we already have political divide to deal with. Now we're not going to do this divide again of religion. I think that's just everything I want to say.
Patty, did
Can
you
I
support,
comment, please?
Patty, did you support Black Lives Matter?
Can
What
I?
did you ask me, Prince Daddy? What did you ask?
Well, because you're trying to, you try as much as possible not to highlight or trying to make the point that the Christians are being pied. You keep saying that
He's denying
people
it.
People are being pied. We understand people are being pied left and right, but specifically, when the slogan of Black Lives Matter, some people came out and said, "Oh well, all lives matter." Yes, we know all lives matters, but even though I was not a strong supporter of Black Lives Matters, but it was clear that we have a problem in America that people are agitated about, that they felt that Black people are being targeted, especially by the police system and the courts, and that's why they brought it to the fore and made it Black Lives Matter. Now, that's what I was asking. Did you believe, or do you believe Black Lives Matter?
Oh yes, Black Lives Matter and all lives matter. And the only way you can effectively make Black Lives Matter is to ensure that there's equity and fairness, so that all lives should matter. So the police that will put the knee on the back of that should stop putting the knee on the back of a black man should also stop putting the knee on the back of somebody who is Hispanic or native,
Okay,
and
I
also
agree with
white as
you.
well too. So if you make
I agree with you. So, but
hold on.
it's
No,
important.
sorry, hold on. The only way that law for Black Lives Matter can be effective is if there's a holistic police reform. The only way there can be an effective Black Lives Matter is also if there's a holistic legal court precedent reform as well too. There can't be any single law to ensure that black people don't get killed. And that's the point that I'm making. If you want to stop a pandemic, you must solve for all.
Okay, let me say this. In the first place, it's actually funny that we are arguing this, because a country like Nigeria that is operating under two laws, a country like Nigeria should have only one law, which is the Constitution of Nigeria. But a particular religion in Nigeria created their own law that they call the Sharia law, and is still functioning even as we speak.
Yeah, wait. Did anybody wait? Have you ever gone out of your own way to say you are against that? Have you ever been against what the Sharia law? Because I know that it was under Nigerian Constitution.
Of course,
to create
I'm
that.
against it.
But it's under Nigerian Constitution. So why are we talking about it now?
Hold on.
If you don't
Sharia
like it, you
is
should
not
have
under
spoken.
Nigerian Constitution. I don't know where you get that
Wait.
from. But hold on.
So they created it. So it was
Hold on,
created without
please.
Nigerian.
Let me finish what I'm saying
without
before
the
I lose my
legislation.
thoughts.
I don't like this
I'm
argument.
trying to respond to what he's saying. He said that they should buy Isawap, buy Boko Haram, buy this, buy that. As I said before, when we speak like this, simply means we did not understand the word genocide. If you buy Isawap, buy Boko Haram, buy all the herdsmen, you have not solved the problem of Christian genocide. That's a different thing. I have given instances here. When you are being targeted, it's not a group of people targeting you. I gave instances of the Muslim man and the Christian woman in Plateau Market. People should down read about it. It's not like there is a group of people who have decided to be targeting you, but you are being targeted because you are a Christian. They are two different things. So even if you buy Boko Haram, buy Isawa, buy every buyable, this is an individualistic something. After all, Deborah, it wasn't Isawap that died her, it was her fellow student, Kum, some villagers. So until we understand that and understand that is different from what you guys are trying to mumble it up together, then we will understand why we need help. Yes, we need help in other security issues and situations and circumstances in Nigeria. We all agree on that. But this particular...
Okay, land that point. Sorry, sister, carry on.
This particular issue, in as much as the religious jihadists are doing that, is still some individuals that you will not even expect to go that length. We set that person a place. So that's why it's a peculiar issue. It's not the issue you mumble together. And I repeat, there is Christian genocide in Nigeria.
All right. Let me bail out. Patoski will bring it on. Carry on with the conversation. If you guys want to talk about Kano and the refineries, you can. But I suspect you may not want to. That's a Layo State right there. That's Olatubosun right there, and of course Ayo, always Ayo. So thank you to those. Anybody else that wants to join that space. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow. Carry on with the conversation.
Can I say this?
I mean, to your point, Zita,
Can I?
Deborah wasn't the only person that was killed in the north because of blasphemy, and she wasn't targeted because she was Christian. She was taken. I mean, which is I'm not saying what they did was right.
Excuse me,
but the act was done because it was blasphemous.
No.
And right after her, there was also another Muslim person too, who that same treatment was also meted against or meted on. In fact, there are very many people in the north who have been stoned to death as nothing because, according to them, they blasphemed. There were people in the north who were stoned because those girls posted some raunchy videos on the internet, and that's the part that that where I'm coming from. We feel like we're trying to focus on one and ignore the other one, but maybe I'll just let this matter end like this.
Are you saying the Islamic religion is superior in Nigeria? I mean, who's giving them the right? They blaspheme, therefore they should fight somebody. Who's giving them the power to do so? Is that the state?
Right, so
is that the Nigerian state?
All right, so let me say something. That's why I said this.
Let me tell you why it's a target.
Can I
explain to you,
can I
Paddy,
land first?
Without any hard feelings?
Can I land
Let me
first?
tell you why
she
is being targeted. If you can listen. Now, when you are in the first instance, if you are trying to convert somebody into your own religion, the first word is you target the person to convert the person. So the moment they joined that group, they were having targets to convert. That was why they were pushing their religious narrative on a platform that is meant for their academics. So the moment she reacted otherwise, she was spied. So it was a target. You target people who don't believe in your religion to convert them. So when they saw that window in their platform where they have a lot of people who are not Muslim, they target them for conviction, and it didn't work out well. So you cannot come here and say that she was not targeted. I don't understand what that means.
Okay, all right. So wait, let me say something real quick. This is your own personal opinion. But what I think maybe myself and another person, what I'm saying is this: we have to realize that this is a bigger issue. One, two. The issue of that girl that you just mentioned is to the fact, even though everyone is claiming now that it seems that the whole country, or because they have the Sharia law on their own side, you don't feel like it's constitutional, and there's no reason for Nigeria to have two different type of laws. But as of today, that law is being recognized. And to their side, if you're living there, you have to abide by their laws. That's what it is as of today.
Is Sharia law in Lagos?
Wait.
No.
Let me land.
Is there Sharia law in Lagos?
That's irrelevant. Because here's the thing.
Now.
It's really relevant. And the reason why it's irrelevant is this. Lagos did not accept Sharia law, so it's irrelevant. The northern states, they accepted it. They accept that law.
I think the guy is right.
Wait, let me land. I'm not done yet.
The Constitution allows for that Sharia law. That's what he's trying to say, and that is true.
Yeah,
the Constitution allows them to have it.
Right, but here's what I'm saying. Because that's why I say this is a bigger issue. The issue with the Sharia law is different from the Boko Haram issue. These issues, the bandit issue, is different from the herdsman issue. This issue is so complicated. They're all different. But if we're speaking about the blasphemy, that has to do with the fact that over there, for some reason, Nigerian constitution, the lawmakers, they accepted that Sharia thing. And if you go against it, that's the reason why if you come down south, you can drink all you want. But if you go to the northern side, they won't allow you to drink. So what I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is,
can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, please.
So in the south, you don't have Sharia law. In the south, do they have law?
We do. We have Sharia law in the south. There's Sharia law in Osun State. There's Sharia law in Oyo State. There are Sharia courts in Osun. There are Sharia courts. Hold on now. There are Sharia courts in Ogun. There are Sharia courts in Lagos.
No. Paddy. Wait, can I say something? Sharia law.
Let me ask a question. Is Sharia law to supersede
let me say this.
Nigeria's law? I don't know. It's a question, actually.
Let me say this.
It doesn't.
Wait, can I say this real quick?
If it doesn't, then what gives them the power to fire somebody because of blasphemy, as they thought?
Wait, can you hear me? Here's the thing. Sharia law is different from Sharia court. It's two different things. Just the same way as our constitution is different from when you go to the Supreme Court or whatever. Is different. They have to abide by that law. In the South, I don't think we have anything that says this law, you have to abide by Sharia law. No, unless you decided that you have an issue.
Okay.
Wait, was it the court if you have an issue as a Muslim and you want to go the route of using
thank you for the clarification.
Sharia court enforces Sharia laws.
Hold on. So was it the court that said that little girl should be pied?
No, it wasn't the court. It wasn't the court. Right. So this was just.
It wasn't the court.
Yes.
Yeah,
those were people
right?
Exactly. Those are people who took the laws into their own hands.
So I realize. So with all your submission, it sounds like you're trying to justify why
no. Please, I'm not justifying anything. I'm just saying that the fact that we accepted two different laws in one country, then if you go to one side that practice that law, then okay. For example, now
we don't even have two. We have four.
Over there at the north, you can't drink. Can you?
You can.
Imagine.
You can. In some Not everywhere, but you can.
Yeah, but the law specifies where you can drink.
Yes.
Exactly. So that means the Sharia law is applicable over there, and they have policy, they have procedure. This is what you have to do. You have to follow this. Down south, we don't follow it at all.
That's not true too. Down south, you can't just drink discriminately. You can't smoke in public. So different. So
Where you can't smoke in public and down south. That's not true.
you
Everybody can
can't.
smoke on the
No,
street.
you can't. You can't.
No, but
So
you can.
people
You can
do it,
take. You
but
can put your.
it's not
You can
enforced.
open a beer shop.
Yeah,
In
exactly.
the
Yeah.
south. You cannot
Yeah.
open
So,
a
but
beer
you can't
shop.
just drink discriminately.
You cannot
can't just
even
open
be.
discriminately.
You cannot even drive a truck that is loaded with beer as a
Yes.
representative of a maybe an alcoholic beverage company. You
Yeah, but
cannot.
that's our constitution. That's the constitution that
No.
we.
So
There's
wait.
freedom
So
of
we have
the
4 laws in
freedom of movement
Nigeria.
is restricted.
No, so fast for alcohol, but remember we have 4 laws in Nigeria, right? We have the
And then
constitution
if as a
itself.
woman,
We have Sharia. We also have
you
customary.
dress in
Can
a
you
way
hear me,
that reveal,
Patoski?
if as a woman you
We can
dress
hear
in a
you,
way,
but
Okay,
wait.
all right. I just wanted
can
to
you
know
hear me?
whether you can hear me.
What is the fourth
As a
one?
woman, if as a woman you are dressed in
It's
a
called
way that
English law. That's what it's called.
can you hear me? If
We
Yeah.
as a
can hear
woman
you,
you are
Battles.
dressed in a way that reveals your body, Ishba police can flog you in Kano. If your wife dresses in a way that is revealing, and 2 of you are working together,
Yeah, but
and
that's their law. That's the law
and
they follow over there.
no, the Hizbah police and the constitution says that the constitution protects you, but they won't wait for the constitution.
Those
They
are
will just
state laws
flog
now,
you.
Patoski. Those are state laws.
So the
So,
state
so
law says
Isba is a state. Same way we have Kai and Lasma. Isba
that's what
is
I'm
states.
saying. If
Yeah.
for example, there's the freedom of there are certain freedoms that are accessible, that should be accessible to me. I can't drive my car with alcohol in it. If Ishba stop my car and they find alcohol, they can seize it or break it.
Yeah, but
Or
Patty, I think
for example, I cannot move out of barrack. If I want to use alcohol, I should go to the bar. But if I take my alcohol and put in my car, they can arrest me. I'm not free to
yeah,
move
but
out
because
of the
that
barrack
law,
with
you see,
alcohol.
that law that
That's
they're enforcing falls under Sharia law. That does not fall under our English law because
But
our
but
English law does not protect that, does not allow that.
yeah, but
However,
so okay,
over
so
there, the Sharia
yeah.
law protected that type of behavior, that type of rule of law. So we have
Yes.
to. So if you
so there's
move
no
over
freedom
there,
for me.
see, that's the thing. If we disagree with this type of law, we should have people all around the city, so all around the federal capital, and saying we don't want this law, but
But
no
that's
one
not
is
but
speaking
that's
up.
not right. But that's not right.
What's not right?
You can't impose your own preference on
You
other
can,
people.
can,
You
can I get a
can't.
leak? Can I get a shout in actually, please?
Yeah, of course you can.
So I don't know. I think Nigerians can be funny. You cannot impose your. So we sometimes we talk about we want each person to be. Paddy Patoski, you need to understand this. Each zone and each area needs. They are governed by the laws that are applicable for that society. And if you want to go there, you need to apply yourself accordingly. So even if you say you want federalism, true federalism actually would actually guarantee that more than ever before. But it will, because it means that they are not then obligated absolutely to federal laws. They can actually domesticate laws to suit the society that they want. If in Ondo State people want to be riding donkeys, fine. And they want to ban cars and ride donkeys, and they want that to be standard. That is fine. And if in Ekiti next door they want to ride horses and they don't want to see a donkey or a car in sight, that's fine as well, because that's what the society there says. We look at America, for instance, supposed savior. In part of Tennessee, you have a dry country in part of Tennessee. You cannot drink alcohol in the same United States, whereas in other parts, in the same Tennessee, other parts, you can drink alcohol. But they have dry counties in Tennessee. In Texas, they have laws that don't apply in Florida, that might not apply in California, that might not apply in New York. In Oklahoma, they have different laws. everything from housing laws to vehicle registration, even the way even laws pertaining to criminal matters. The way, I mean, the jail time you might get in Texas is different to something you get the jail time you get in New York for a similar crime.
Okay, what's your argument?
What I'm trying to say is it's the same country. So what, does it not apply in Nigeria? You don't think people in different societies and in different states should formulate laws?
Are you saying that's the way our country is structured? Hold on, real. Are you saying are you saying our society is structured the same way as it is in America?
Well, that's what we propose. We
Yes,
propose
it is.
federalism.
No, yes, it is.
We have a federalist.
It's federalism.
It's not the same.
It is the same.
Let me say something real quick. Let me say something.
On the Constitution. I have a copy of the
Constitution. Wait. Let me say something real quick. I think we have to listen to one another in a way. And the reason why I said that is this. Kano or Kaduna, whatever, they don't only have one single religion. It's not prevalent in that society. Well, we know it's prevalent, but they have multiple religions and they have to follow, because Nigeria is neither a Muslim country or a Christian country. So when you create laws, it has to match. You have to understand that I have different and multiple religions, believe multiple cultural beliefs. So, but what people are saying, what I'm hearing is, why would they only make a law saying there's Sharia law because it only applies to Muslims? It doesn't apply to Christians.
But that's not even true, Oriola.
No, that's true. I don't even think it applies to felonious crimes. I think it's only.
No. In
the northern side, it does apply.
Hold on.
As well?
No. So in the north, whilst they have Sharia law, they also still have customary law. They also still have the constitution. So the Christians in Kaduna South or Kano South or whatever it is, they don't get punished by the Sharia courts. They don't.
No, but how come if Isba sees you that you're dressing inappropriately
so the
or you're drinking?
So the Hisba one, those are now state agencies that enforce
No, you can't do that. That's what we think. You cannot.
You can.
You have Muslim and Christians. No, you cannot. I don't agree with that one. You have Muslims and Christians living in the same place.
Hisba is like Lasma. Hisba is
but
in the south. Hold on, guys.
Says if you're Muslim,
one voice, guys. One voice. Wait, hold on, guys. One voice. In the south, in Lagos, as an example, right? Even though we try to think you're liberal, you cannot kiss somebody publicly in Lagos.
That's not. Wait. Well, to be honest, I don't.
You can't.
A lot of people.
You can't. It is an offense. You can get arrested, but you can get arrested for having indiscriminate sex in your car in Lagos.
Yeah. That's I understand. But that goes for Muslims and Christians. They all believe that you can be indecent in the public.
Yes. The law that governs. Hold on.
Let me make this point. But over there, their law only kind of suits just the Muslims, and that's not acceptable at all. You can't just make a
that law
that just suits one type of religion or one type of culture. No, you can't do that.
Hold on. So that law was not passed solely because they were Muslims. That law was passed by the state assembly. If the majority happen to be Muslims, well, they're lost.
No, you can't do. No. You can't do that because.
But they did already.
I know they did
constitutional.
I know they did that already, but that's not acceptable because
in the south. Okay, so did
that
Alabama?
Exactly. That's what I agree.
Oriola, do you know if you go to like a state like Missouri or Alabama in America that are extremely conservative, there are laws that they will pass that will favor only people who are conservative, that people who are liberals cannot enjoy.
Remember, United States is a Christian country. If you come here as a Muslim or any tradition, understand that you're coming to a Christian country.
Oriola,
Nigeria is not.
Is not talking about religion.
Is not.
Oriola,
Nigeria is
I'm not speaking. I'm not speaking
Oriola,
about
religion.
I'm not speaking about religion. I'm speaking about morality and decency. So Hizbah is a morality police.
Police.
Yes.
No.
Just hold on. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
With their laws
enshrined give me 1 second, guys.
of the Islamic or the Sharia law.
So no. Wait. Hold on, guys.
Hizbah is not protected by the Sharia law.
Wait, guys.
Hizbah was promulgated by the State House, the same way last marriage.
Gentlemen, one voice, gentlemen.
Let me just chime in this. Hizbah is a moral police.
Yes.
Enforcing which moral?
Hold on. So
morality as defined by the
it's
Sharia
subjective
law.
now. Hold on. Just hold on.
For morality police in Iran.
That's my point, Patosi.
Can I land this point? Okay, so even while Hizbah was created, there was certain kind of, let me say, epidemic that was going on in the north. Codeine, drug usage, the kind of dresses, indecent dressing, prostitution, and co was part of things that they were doing. One of the reasons why Hizbah police was formed was not solely because of Islam, was to ensure that they have a decency discipline amongst those massive Almajiri and their youth. So the things that Hizbah enforces is prostitution, is drinking publicly, taking codeine, being high on the road, dressing in inappropriate ways. That's what Hizbah is enforcing. Now, if now appears as though, because you don't take public alcohol, there was a reason why it was banned, because the northern youth were misbehaving, and something similar was also enforced even in the southwest. Something similar is also enforced in the southeast.
Let me ask you a question real quick. Let me ask him a question. If you do a prostitute, Hizbah will display you in public and flog you. What Nigerian, the only constitution that we know, where does that fall under? Tell me.
Prostitution is illegal in Nigeria.
What?
In every single state of Nigeria.
No. Every state in Nigeria has to make sure the law falls under Nigerian constitution.
When we were under military rule,
don't talk about military rule. Why are we talking about military now?
We're not from laws Koboko. We're not from laws Koboko.
Don't forget military.
Don't move the goalpost, man.
Oriola. I'm not moving the goalpost. Please, what I want us to understand is this, because I think I have a problem with Nigeria. We don't understand. A lot of us don't even understand the concept, and I think it's because of the lack of justice across the society. The fact is, most of us don't even understand the constitution. We don't understand the laws in Nigeria. Mr. Oriola, there's not a single state in Nigeria, not a single local government in Nigeria where prostitution is legal. I want you to understand that for fact. They do still do raids in Lagos and arrest prostitutes. In Lagos, the most liberal, the most immodest state in Nigeria, they still do raids where they arrest prostitutes and they arrest out.
What I said,
I didn't grow up in Nigeria much, but I can still remember when they would pack Black Maria in the middle of Ikeja and just literally raid the whole street. Any single person lying around.
I agree with you.
But all of them went to Black Maria, and some people have never showed up again.
Listen, I agree with you. But those people that they raided and pack in Lagos, they don't display them to the whole world and flog them, because that's not on. They don't do that. Have you ever seen one?
Oriola,
well, we've seen this in the northern side because it falls under the Sharia law. We have to accept this. We have to accept this.
I know many stories of innocent, even underage people who are taken up in the raids. They spent a year, 2 years.
Wait, that's not my question. My question is: have you seen them flogged before and display on the entire Nigerian and flog them? Have you seen that?
Displayed, yes. Just last.
In the southern part of Nigeria.
Yeah, in Lagos, they just
understand some of the people
and flog them. No. And flog them.
Party. They had a drug party. They displayed all of them.
Just flog them.
Not 2 weeks ago, not 4 days ago. Last week.
No, I flogged them
in Lagos, in
them,
Victoria Island or Lekki or whatever it is. They had them on the floor. Showed their faces. In
Were they
fact, now
flogged?
they even got a court injunction today that club
Pretty much.
Right,
Yeah,
but
should have a
were they
forfeiture
flogged?
of that very same club because
No,
they had a drug
answer
court
this.
in
Were they
Lagos.
flogged? They
They
were
didn't
never
flog them, but
flogged.
they showed their faces.
Yeah, that's
James
different.
Brown. I don't know if you remember James Brown.
Yeah,
One
but that's
skinny
wait.
boy
That
that
probably
was
falls
acting like
under
Bobrisky.
the
But he wasn't
laws.
catching. Wasn't in Lagos. The one that was saying there was a court. I'd be something that spoke
they
on foreign
paraded James
grammar.
Brown now,
Wasn't
yeah.
in Lagos. They went for a
It
gay
was in
party.
Lagos now. They
You know,
paraded him
gay
now.
dance party. They were arrested. Something similar also happened in Warri too. A gay party too. They were arrested, and their faces were shown.
2020 during the COVID lockdown, there
Yeah,
were some guys that
but
came from
Nigerian
London and they were
constitution
partying
did
in the
not
club. They were
allow
paraded.
gay, right? It's against our constitution. That's what I'm saying. In the northern side, if you steal, they will cut
That's
your
not
hands
true.
off.
Oriola, let me correct it. Let me correct that, okay? Homosexuality is Oriola, wait. Let me help you. Let me correct it. Let me correct the statement you made.
You're not correct. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, let me make the statement. Homosexuality is not illegal in Nigeria. Having a relationship and being caught having in the act, a sexual act is what is actually illegal, for which you get 14 years.
No, homosexual is illegal in Nigeria. We don't have
That's
to
the problem,
twist things
Oriola.
around.
I know the constitution. I have a copy of it here, and I have the laws.
All right, yeah. Can you tell me where
in
the constitution? Where?
Homosexuality is not illegal in Nigeria.
Tell me where in the constitution that is not illegal.
You see, the wordings. I'm being very specific. It is not illegal to be an homosexual in Nigeria. Actually, it's not. However, to be in the sexual act between individuals of the same sex is what is illegal, for which you get 14 years. So I could be an homosexual and walk around all day night.
Wait, listen. Can you listen to yourself? What is the difference between having
very different?
Wait.
In a court of law, when the lawyer is there looking at a judge, the individual that's accusing you, okay, would have to prove that you were in a sexual act. There's a difference.
There's a difference. I hear you. Wait. I hear you. You're just trying to, or what would I say? You're trying to you're trying to make sure you get your point through, which I accept it, but I think it's the same. If you're engaging in any homosexual act. Right, you have to prove yourself. Wait, let me land. You don't
even have to be an homosexual.
You have to prove.
It is just a sexual
you have to prove
you
it.
Don't have to be, you don't have to be an homosexual. You can be straight. You can be as straight as a stick. Okay. If you, however, are caught in a sexual
how can you be straight and still be doing homosexual acts? No,
no.
Twisting things. This is straightforward. You can't be.
What I'm saying, Oriola, you need to understand it because you're on the internet and you need to, because this is something that God knows who's listening to us, okay? They might not be Nigerians, all right? They need to understand that we need to be, I don't like when people, because this is we're talking about, we're debating now, but I want you to accept this fact. Homosexuality is not illegal in Nigeria, according to the laws, the wordings of the law. However, if anyone is caught in a sexual act between two individuals of the same sex, that is what the law says.
Wait, I don't think,
maximum
to be honest
years.
with you, wait. I don't think you understand what you're talking about. If there's anybody, doesn't matter who you are, a boy or a girl, if you're having the same sex, whatever, is called homosexual. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're caught in the act or not. If you're performing or you're engaged in that act, you have to prove yourself, or whoever is reporting you have to prove that they actually know that you're engaging in that act. There's no need to twist it that.
Oriola, we're not talking about semantics over here. I'm talking about the legality when you're in front of a court or when in front of a judge. When a judge is staring down at the prosecution and the defense, the only thing the prosecution will be trying to prove is the sexual act. That these two individuals are involved in a sexual act, and the only thing the defense is going to be trying to prove is that there was no sexual act.
Right, I hear you, but the point that we're trying to make here is
let us move on.
Wait, don't worry, because I don't want to be stuck in this thing. I don't want it to take away the point that we are originally trying to make is the fact that section of the country won't accept the Sharia law, and people, and in that part of the world or the country or the state that they live in, they make that law to suit just one section of people that's performing just that fall under the Muslim title, whereas other people that they're Christian, they can that law is against them in a way. So we cannot have a country where it's multi-religious and we are having two different type of law, which is not good for us. If from that point of view,
we're
I
democracy and
understand.
we're federal democracy. We can have as many as laws as we want. In Delta, that we practice. If you left it to me, in Osun State, we'll be swearing by Ogun. All our laws will be depending on the Yoruba traditional religion. But if the majority of the people in Osun State agree to that there and they put that through the house, okay, the state house, the representatives at the state level, if they pass the law, they pass the law. There's all kinds of funny laws.
Right,
Oriola, there's all kinds of funny laws in Nigeria, all right, in state level, and that is one of the things.
You see the keyword. The keyword. Remember the keyword that you said. Funny law. You see that's the key word. They're all funny law. This law should never be acceptable. They're funny.
No. I'm not. No. That's not in that context. Okay. No, Oriola.
It is to me.
In Nigeria, okay, we are federalists. We practice federalism, although we do it very poorly. We do it extremely very poorly. And I think, and I'm not disagreeing with you, absolutely. Okay? But what I'm trying to get you to understand is this. These Nigerians have a civic right, and they have a civil right to organize and to decide what laws they want to be applied to them. And in a democracy, the majority would have their way. Okay? The minority would have their say. If they are convincing enough, they might convince the majority to give them a leeway. Now, you can blame Obasanjo because I don't think in itself, what the problem is the Sharia law. In itself, what the problem is the application of it and the failure of Obasanjo to actually put what I put it, kind of like
wait, stop passing blame. For a law to be recognized. Let me land. For a law to be recognized in Nigeria, it has to go through the legislature. It has nothing to do with.
The legislators didn't have to. The federal legislators didn't have to do jack shit.
No, that's not how it works. No, only the laws of any nation that's practicing democracy has to be created by the legislative side of the government. What do you mean they don't have to do anything?
Obasanjo failed to put safeguards. Okay.
It's not the executive. Executive does not create laws. Why are we mixing things together?
You might not understand it, but everybody here that's listening to our voice knows how a Sharia law came to be in Nigeria.
Yeah, we know. I understand you. It did not start with Obasanjo.
It did not start with Obasanjo because it's always
that's because he has puppets. He has puppets as the legislators. That's why everything was able to go down like that. If not, you cannot create law without the legislators. It's because he's have puppets that just listen to him anyhow. If not, why would executive just create laws? That's why it's so funny to me when everybody's saying, wait, let me land. That's why it's so funny to me when everybody's saying, Tinubu should just scrap the constitution and write another one. Silly. It's not him. It's not him that is going to do it. Let's speak to the legislators. They're the one who create laws. The thing is, we just give power to people that are not responsible for that power.
Oriola, wait. You see, I think you don't even understand the history of the country. Like this boom bam that just actually said. This thing, it predates Obasanjo. It's just Obasanjo. In fact, nothing. Obasanjo. What he failed to do was he failed to put safeguards when the law was being expanded. And before 1999, at any state level, they already have at it at kind of like it's the same way we would have not magistrates but customary law. It was a customary law. The same way I have customary laws in the south, they had customary laws which was essentially Sharia laws in the north. There's also customary courts everywhere. Every state in Nigeria has customary laws courts.
Wait,
and in those customary law courts can be domesticated, okay, to have laws that reflect the social values of the people in that locality. And that is our constitution guarantees that. And I often remind people that we are a secular state. The constitution guarantees secularity. And one of the guarantees of secularity is that if I'm a Muslim, I can practice my religion, and I can also open and guarantee Sharia. That's one of the things that secularity guarantees. And if I'm a Christian, if there's laws of Moses, if you want to enact the laws of Moses as a customary level, as a Christian, yes, I can do that as well. My secularity guarantees that.
That's the thing. The thing is, if you listen carefully, you will understand that every single thing that you're just saying now is already been spoken. I already talked about that. That Nigeria is a secular state. Is multi-religious. That means any law that you have to create, you have to understand that if you want to accept this one, you can go ahead and accept it. It's not 100% that everybody in that state has to do that. But that's not what is going on in the north.
Well, in that case, you need to apply the fact that there is, like in America, they'll say the Fourth Amendment. There is.
Wait, stop using.
Wait. No. I'm just using the statement. But what I'm saying is, what then is the Attorney General of the country needs to then be able to make sure that the rights of the rights of each individual because to the best of my understanding, I know it's been abused. I'm not disputing that. I know at the state level where the states where there's Sharia laws, I know it's been abused and it's been applied on inappropriate.
Exactly.
In fact, there's an abuse. Let me finish.
And that's not acceptable.
Don't get carried away. Let me finish. I'm saying at the state level, there's an abuse and there's a flagrant abuse of individuals' rights. Because even if I'm a Muslim, if I do not want to be tried according to Sharia laws, I cannot be. However,
that's not what's being done over there.
We already made that. What I'm trying to tell you is this: it's up to the Attorney General of the country to make sure that these laws are being applied appropriately. Because to the best of my knowledge, Sharia law courts should only be customary in nature, and it should mainly apply to marriages, the solution of marriages, wills, and things like that. It shouldn't go beyond that. So the abuse of that is something that the Attorney General of the country needs to look into.
No, it's not the
make sure that there's limitations and there's safeguards. That's the same way it happens in other countries that practice federalism like us. Because the one thing that you need to understand is this. In Nigeria, they have the federal laws, okay, and we have three tiers, okay. We have the federal, we have the state, and we have the local government as well. The federal government cannot dictate to the states how they are going to manage themselves. Not absolutely, anyway. Okay, so we need to understand this.
That what you just said is incorrect. The federal create laws, and any other law that you want to create in that country has to fall under the federal law. What are we saying?
Do you know laws?
Stop trying to act like you want to teach people.
Wait. Do you know how major laws are actually enacted in Nigeria? You know that some laws, especially when it concerns constitution, where the constitution has to be, an aspect of the constitution is impacted. You have to get about 2/3 of the states as well. State police, for instance, is going to need 2/3 of the states for it to even go ahead.
Arrow, that's not the where you're going. It's not the point of view.
So what are you talking about? The federal government can't just ram laws down the throat of all the states.
Let me talk now. That's
so what do you mean by the federal government can't dictate?
We know that the point of view is this. when it comes to the northern side, because when you come to the southern part, at least the south where I know, they make sure that they have different laws that fall under the constitution. If you're a Muslim and you feel like you want to go to the court that's Sharia, you have the option to do that. If you're a traditionalist, you have your own option to follow whatever. And if you want to follow the English law, which supersedes everything, you have the options.
It's not
What
English
we are
law, it's
saying,
canon law.
wait, let me land.
Canon law. It's not
Let me
English
land.
law.
Let me land. But now, the thing about the northern part is there's no options for that. They just want the Sharia law to supersede everything, and that's not good for the
true.
Christians.
That is not
Wait,
true, Oriola.
that's true. Because if you
Go and speak. Go and speak.
if that's not
Oriola,
true,
you go and speak
let me
to
land.
legal experts,
Let
and
me
they'll tell you
land.
that's
If
not
that's
true.
not true, you go over there and steal something and watch. Let's watch if Isbal will not cut off your hand and they won't cut off your hand. That's how it is.
Oriola, should I even tell you this? That there's been a number of times where Isbal has been taken to court by individuals who have been punished and who believe that their rights have actually been offended. And they've actually won in courts. In a canon law court.
Name one.
Oh, it happened in Zamfara. I know of a particular individual in Zamfara, at least one. And I
Yeah,
know
but
I know that I've heard a legal expert say that in fact that it's not unusual.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
Nobody. In fact, nobody is allowed to cut off your hand for theft, even according to Sharia law.
Well, I don't know. All I know is the
Sharia
law.
You are confusing abuse of power and injustice. You are conflicting it.
It's you that you're conflicting things. If you go over there, the Sharia law supersedes everything. This is no-brainer. Everybody knows this. If I go there and I drink in the public, I do what sort of things that doesn't fall under Sharia that they all follow, I'm going to face the Isba. That's how it is. And that's what the Christian doesn't like. So why are the Christians complaining then? Why are the Christians complaining then?
There's only a few states that have Isba, okay?
If the fact that they accept all laws, why are the Christians complaining? They're complaining because they feel like it's a Muslim state. If they do anything that doesn't abide by their law, they get persecuted just for that. That's why they're complaining. That's why you see they're killing their people.
Can I ask you a question? Let's even start. Let's start over here. Let's make sense of this. How many states are in the north of in this supposed northern Nigeria? How many states are there?
I know they're more than the southern. I think they're 19.
How many? 19.
I think so.
So there's 19 states.
Like two states more than the
southern.
How
many regions are in the northern Nigeria?
Yeah. 1, 2, 3. 3
regions. Okay. How many states have an absolute Christian majority?
Well, I believe that would be some of the middle belt part of the north central. I don't know how many, but I know like states like Plateau and maybe Benue. But I know like the southern that's irrelevant though. I mean, what's your point? What's the point you're trying to make?
What geopolitical region is Taraba State in?
I think it's the midsection, the north central. I think so. Yeah, what's the point you're trying to make? Make your point. Make your point. It doesn't matter. North is not just one thing. They have different ethnicity. So why are we like combining everybody like the North is just one thing? No, they're separate.
Okay. So Oriola, what I'm trying to make you understand is Taraba is actually not in the north central. Taraba is
where is it at?
Taraba is in the northeast.
Okay.
Okay.
So what's the point you're making?
Which of the states? Mention 4 states that have a Muslim majority.
Wait. I'm not answering questions. Just make your point. What's the point you're making? Make your point.
I'm getting there. Okay. We're getting hot. Let's have a conversation. Okay. So we have states that have a Muslim majority. Yes.
I believe a lot of those states, the majority of them, they're Muslims. Yeah.
They have a Muslim majority, not majority.
Yeah.
You have a Muslim majority.
It's
quite
the
a
same thing.
No, it's not the same thing.
It's the same thing. They have
No.
majority of them are Muslims. It's Muslim majority. That's the same thing.
Yeah, no. There's a different. The English language is quite an interesting language. A Muslim majority, okay, and majority Muslims, or Muslim or whatever, it's quite different. Okay, in certain states they have
it's
a
not
Muslim
different,
majority.
but this is not English class. Please make your point.
Okay, so now tell me 3 states where you have Isba.
I don't see, but we'll make your point. I don't know. Majority of the northern states have Isba. So what are we saying? Kano, Kaduna, Sokoto, they all have Isba, don't they?
So you said majority of the northern states have Isba, and we already concluded that there's 19 states in the north. We have a number of states, 6 states in the north central. We have a number of Christian-dominated states in the northeast.
Why does that even matter?
Adamawa is in the northeast.
Nigeria is a secular state. I'm not understanding your point. Just go straight to your point.
In fact, that's the one peculiar thing. Nigeria is a secular state. See, I'm not disagreeing with you about the inappropriateness of it. I'm just trying to help you understand the fact that the legality of it. Okay, now let me help you understand this. So we already concluded that we have 19 states in the north. Okay, we have a number of states that have a Christian majority that don't have Isba at all. So when you say majority of the states have Isba, that's already false. There's no fact that supports that. I don't think they have Isba in Adamawa, for instance. Adamawa is probably one of the most diverse states in Nigeria.
Okay, so there's no factor there. But majority of the states in the north, they practice most of the law falls under Sharia law. Isn't that true?
But we already disproved that just less than
isn't that true? Isn't that true?
Less than a minute ago, we already disproved the fact.
Wait. What fact did we dispute? That
said majority of the states in the north.
They don't have Sharia law. The Sharia law doesn't supersede the.
A majority is 51%.
I don't understand your point. What point are you making? Nigeria is a secular state. It doesn't matter if they have more Muslim or have more Christians.
A majority is 51%. That's all you need for a majority, 51%.
But that doesn't mean.
What's half of 19? Even if we use Obasanjo's
listen.
Nonsense.
Listen. Your point to me is irrelevant. And here's why it's irrelevant.
It's irrelevant because you don't want to examine the fact, and you don't want to examine it.
I'm listening to you, but you're not making your point. All you're doing is just going around the circle.
I'm
tell me what point are you trying to make?
I'm helping it because yes, you're using the word majority, and we already disproved the idea of a majority. What's half of 8? What's half of 19?
Wait.
What is half of 19?
What am I making there? What do you mean by saying majority? What's the point you're making? And half of 19 is 9.5. Half of 19 is 9.5. So I mean, I'm not understanding.
Give me 9. Give me 9
and answer game.
Give me 10 states in the northern Nigeria that have Isba police and that operate an absolute Sharia law.
I don't think. I don't think this is. If you want to do that, just tell us how you think that all the northern states, they're not practicing Sharia law. The Sharia law doesn't supersede the law that we have.
Do you have a difficulty with memory? Less than 2 minutes ago.
Don't disrespect me. I'm not
disrespecting.
I didn't. You're not making the point. I don't understand the point you're making. You say you dispute it. What did you dispute? Tell us what you dispute.
Oriola, it's actually difficult. We already concluded that there's a number of states in the north central. There's a number of states in the northeast. There's a number of states in the northwest. And you still keep talking about majority of the north. What I'm trying to get you to understand is the north is not just some homogeneous place where brigands run around and all of them they're wrapping towels around the head, chopping people's hands off. So please, can we just because it's annoying. I'm not into that, but I'll be insulted if I'm.
You are annoying. To be honest with you, you are not making sense with this. I don't understand the point you are making.
The northern states, listen. The northern states, majority of those states, they have Sharia law supersede our constitutional law. So what are you disputing? Is that a lie?
That's already the falsity of it.
Well, is that a lie? What is the lie there?
Oriola, you need to understand the country you live in. Because it might be obvious to you, because if you find yourself in trouble somewhere in the north, you need to be able to find yourself a lawyer, and you need to protect yourself according to what your law guarantees you. There's no law.
To be honest with you, I'm not even understanding the point you're making. I don't understand the point at all.
Including the Sharia. The Sharia law is a customary law, give or take. And there's no customary law that supersedes the canon law in Nigeria for any good reason. So it's already fallacious, okay? It's false for you to even say that there's Sharia law supersedes the laws anywhere in Nigeria. It doesn't. That's one thing the law, that's one thing that you are guaranteed.
I might have to look those information because I believe they've talked about those.
I'm asked you to name 10 states, 10 states, 51%. Using Obasanjo's 12 to 3rd rule, can you name 10 states where Sharia law is practiced, where the Sharia law enacted in northern Nigeria? Of the 19 states of northern Nigeria, I want you to give me 10 states where we have Sharia law enacted. Because you said majority.
Yeah, I said majority. All right, give me a minute.
I'm trying to be everything I'm trying to be difficult.
Calm down.
Well, I want you to give me 10.
There's no need to give you 10. Just calm down.
Oh, what you said majority? The majority will be 10.
Just calm down. If the moderator is there, it would have been nice.
Well, Lorena, you don't need the moderator to help to hold your hand.
No.
You need the moderator to hold your hand. You need to talk to me.
Man, just listen. Just listen. Nigeria, they have 1 minute. So there's 12 states in Nigeria, the northern part of Nigeria, that they have adopted, their state has adopted Sharia law into their law, including the criminal law, in addition to the civil matters like marriage and inheritance. So there's 12 states.
Name those 12 states, Oriola.
Zamfara, Bauchi, Borno, Gobe, Jigawa, Kano, Kaduna, Katsina, Kebbi, Niger, Sokoto, and Yobe.
And they've adopted it. They've adopted it. Oriola, that's Oriola.
Stop asking me questions, man.
Yeah, the internet is also the lots of rubbish. Oriola, I saw a video yesterday.
This guy just said it's rubbish.
And after that, I found out it's AI.
So Oriola,
you're telling me, Oriola, wait.
You're trying to make sense of it, but it's not making sense. It's not hard enough.
Wait. So now you're telling me there's 12 states, okay, which is fine. Which is not. There's nothing unusual about 12 states that have actually implemented Sharia law. But you're telling me there's 12 states that implemented Sharia law, and you said criminal and civil. Are you sure?
Oh my gosh! Just see, Google is your friend, man. Stop asking me questions. All of these things is over there, and I'm telling you, this is true, and that's why people are complaining that if they do anything that go against that what supersede, which is Sharia law, they're getting persecuted. That's why.
Jesus Christ.
That's why they can stone and have blasphemy anyhow, and the law will accept it and they do nothing to those people. That's what we're saying. See, if you want to know, I'm a Muslim as well. But the thing is, what is good is good, and what is bad is bad. Nigeria is a secular state. Nigeria is not just one religious state. It's a secular state.
It wasn't even difficult. It wasn't even difficult for me. Oriola, it wasn't even difficult for me to even disprove it. I saw you typed this stuff up, and the first thing you went to is you looked at Wikipedia. I didn't open the Wikipedia. I just read whatever you saw.
I didn't look Wikipedia.
Oriola, wait,
this guy talking about?
Wait. This is from the.
I didn't even look at Wikipedia.
Oriola, this is not. So I'm gonna read from you.
Wait, are you saying it's not true? What's your point?
wait.
See, all you do is just ask questions, and you don't even know the answer to the questions you're
yes,
asking.
I'm about to give you a response. I'm not entitled to. Oriola, you know what? Both of us are Yoruba people. Right? We don't care about how they treat themselves in the north. But this just for enlightenment. You know, I'm learning as well. So let us
not
help
enlighten anyone.
You might not be enlightened. I'm getting enlightened. But so this is the United States Commission for International Religious Freedom. This is actually a United States government. So I'm actually reading from a United States government website.
Then why do you have to look at them?
Oriola, now let me give you. Let me first read. Let me give you the rebuttal, and then you.
So you're getting your facts from the United States.
But you got from Wikipedia. I mean, I could literally
get it from Wikipedia.
Oriola, you see, really, it wasn't difficult for me to even conclude I got, because essentially it was literally verbatim. What you read of it is what you literally just read it, and essentially the same way you read it, or use some AI tool, and what the AI tool is probably just got it from me, and literally exactly the same way you said it to me.
All right, so
exactly the same way. But Oriola, give me one.
Wait, you just accused me.
Now let me give you the rebuttal, and then
you being accused by you.
Come at me. Okay, so this is from there, and I'll share the link so that at least you can. It's not like I'm just pulling out my ass. So. The 12 northern states.
You want to know myself? I can give it to you, but I'll wait.
Waiting now. Let me talk. So there's 12 northern states that also states have also reintegrated Islamic criminal law in various ways. While the Sharia laws are based on long-standing practices, receive widespread support from Muslims, and apply only to Muslims. Okay. Now it does, however, give this, and I already said this actually earlier on, that this is the failure of the Attorney General of the country. Now, it finishes by saying the state enforcement of religious laws presents serious challenges to fully respecting freedom of religion or beliefs. That's where the problem is. The problem is not itself with the Sharia law. The problem is with the failure of the Attorney General of the Federation in making sure that any laws which states are entitled to pass. You remember, the states are entitled. If Osun State people decided to they have a Shango law tomorrow, they can pass it if they have the majority, and it would apply to anybody that is an Osun indigene, native indigene, or someone that comes to live there that is not an Osun native indigene. Okay, within some limits. However, it's the failure of these laws which present serious challenges to fully respecting the freedom of religion or belief of other individuals. Because Sharia law only applies according to our constitution. It only applies to Muslims where they are accepted. I can't just railroad you to a Sharia court. I can't.
Yeah, but
as a Nigerian, you have the option to choose if you want the Sharia court to deliberate and adjudicate on the case, or you want to default to the normal canon courts. That is what is guaranteed by Constitution. It's the failure of the Attorney General of the Federation.
Okay,
and the Ministry of Justice to make sure that there's a delineation. That is where the problem is.
Okay,
and that is where we need to apply the
Let me say two things. First, if you comprehend what you just read, you said those states, they infuse it into their state's laws. So when you infuse something into your state's law, that means if you're Muslim, you're Christian, you're traditionalist, they don't give a F. That's the law. When
that is not Oriola,
I listen to you. I listen to you speak. Let me speak too. Can I speak? In the southern states, they also have the judges for whoever want to. If there's a case, there's something going on, they want to accept or they want to face the court of law at the Sharia. They want to go through Sharia route. They have that option. When you look at the tradition, if you want to go that route, you have the option, but it's not infused in the law that it supersedes everything. Over there, that's what it is. That's number one. Number two,
Oriola,
just
because
listen. Let me
none of the states have actually passed laws at the state level. If they want to, they'll take it to the house, to the state house. And if they pass it, they pass it. If it doesn't pass, it doesn't pass. It's simple as that. Don't you get it? The same way we have LASMA, the same way we have Amoteco. Amoteco has been domesticated by most of the southwestern states.
Wait, the two that you
legal.
just mentioned, which one of those has anything to do with religious? Tell me.
It doesn't matter if it's religious.
It matters. I don't understand what you're talking about. You're not listening to yourself. Try to comprehend what you're saying. It matters. You can't just have a religious law over in a secular state, and you're saying it's acceptable. That's not acceptable. It's not acceptable.
Don't you understand how democracy works?
It's like
you don't understand how democracy works.
Wait, just listen to me. It's like me, Muslim, and they're trying to bring a Catholic law and say it supersedes everyone in that state. How would I feel? That's how it is. You accept it, or though you don't. You go over there and steal and watch if they won't cut away your both ends before you say anything.
I'm gonna take them to court.
Yes, after they cut your hands, then take them to court. What are you talking about? We're telling you that's not how it works. You have to listen to people. And number two, you mentioned that Attorney General. Do you know the role of the Attorney General? It's not for Attorney General to be telling the state how to do laws. It's not for them. It's the legislators. The legislators has to make sure the law falls under the law of Nigeria, our constitution. They have to make sure whatever law they created. What?
Are you having a laugh over here?
Do I have what? Do I have what?
Are you having a laugh? Are you joking?
How am I joking? What do you mean? I'm not joking.
You just said the Attorney General. What you say is the responsibility of the Attorney General of the Federation?
Wait. I can read it to you. When law is created, just listen. When law is created, the people that will make sure the law is actually is enforced will be the who enforce the law. The legislators will enforce the law, and
the executive enforces the law.
Oh, sorry. The executive. That's what I meant. Wait. The executive.
And under whose office is the Attorney General of the Federation?
Oh my Lord. Oh, enforcing the law is different from making the law. Or get that right. When you're making a law, it has nothing to do with the executive. You were saying that the Attorney General has to make sure that the law that they enforce on the state is right by the legislative has to make sure that whatever law they're creating abide by the law of the land, which is the federal law that are you
trying to say that the legislation needs to make sure that any laws that they make does not fall foul of the Constitution? That's what you're trying to say.
Yes, they have to make sure that the law abides and it falls under the Constitution.
Just some months ago, the Attorney General of the Federation, he essentially stopped a number of states receiving local government allocations. Do you know why? Because there was already a judgment of the Supreme Court to that effect. That if a state does not hold local government elections, and if there's no proper local government chairman, then that state should not receive local government allocations.
Okay, I'm not sure you're listening to yourself.
That's the Attorney General. That's the Attorney General enforcing.
Oh my gosh!
That's the Attorney General essentially enforcing a law because the Supreme Court avoided.
Sir, you have to listen. That's different. What he's doing enforcing law, that's because they already take that thing to the court, and the court already let them know what the law is. Meaning,
but Oriola, let me land
first. Let me land. That same law. Wait. Man, can you wait? That same law that's already understood by everyone did not go through the state's law. The state does not have to change anything. Meaning, the Attorney General can enforce it and make sure it happens because the states did not change anything. That means that law is acceptable. What we are saying here is when the state is now creating another law to match whatever is going on in their state, is different.
Guys, let me take us to the background so that at least we can continue our discussion there.
This is labor, Oriola.
One man is coming again tomorrow. Enjoy yourself, guy.
I guess we've taken over the entire
Don't go,
space.
don't go, Riola. Don't go, don't go.
I'm not
Don't
going.